How is everyone doing today? Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yo, yo.
Hello.
Asha just got in the room. Angelina, what's up? Crown Management, hello. Anika, how you doing? Ginger, what's poppin'? Molly, how's life? Stephanie, Rachel, what's good? Everyone, do me a favor quick. It's Venus Day. Today's Friday, it's Venus Day. Drop your Venus in the chat. Drop your Venus in the chat for me. I want to know how you manifest. Amazing. Venus and Aries, gang. We're the most dangerous. Aquarius, Venus. You can just leave. I'm not refunding you. Just leave. I kid. I'm joking. It's a prank. Capricorn, nice. Ree and Tanya just entered the chat. What's up? Happy new moon, everybody. How are you all doing? Very cool.
Doing amazing. Doing so good.
Fire. What's up, Madison? Lit. All right. Everyone say hi to Ro. Everyone type hi, Ro.
Hi, Ro.
Hello,
Or actually, everyone unmute yourself.
Hi,
Everyone
Ro.
bless Ro with your voices.
Hey, Ro.
Hi, Ro. Hey, Ro.
Hello,
Ro.
Sisterhood. I love it. I love the sisterhood. That's what I'm talking about. Cool.
Thank you so much for blessing me with your voices.
Love it. All right. Cool. All right. So we're gonna get started here just a second. I'm gonna wait for a couple more people. We're already recording, so I'm gonna probably cut this part out later. But everyone who paid will get to see this anyways. But go ahead and drop in the chat like what your business is, where you're from, who you are. I'm just gonna be monitoring the chat. Kind of want to get an idea. And I just like to know. I want to get an idea of who you all are.
And I got it last week. Now, Kanye.
I'm going to be muting everyone.
Protective of like his stuff for the kids. Even now, when he was at the height of not being angry with me, he won a few Grammys, and I still reached out and was like, "I know you just won a few Grammys." I got. He goes, "Okay," because the kids, and I want them all together. So I have them all together. Don't want to be late. We're rushing.
Cool. Jojo, Nikisha, what's poppin'? Welcome in. Everyone type 111 if you can hear me. I would love to see those ones in the chat. This is going to be recorded, so all of your answers are recorded. We're paying attention to everything. The real goal here today is to teach you how to manifest with the Aquarius moon. And it's going to be a very straightforward, simple, digestible, but complex presentation. Ro's part is probably the most important, I would say. I'm really not that smart, funny, or anything. I'm just here to share some stuff that I learned by accident. So today we're going to be talking a lot about the new moon in Aquarius and how to do the practical things for it. which is manifesting yourself an online business. How many of you are already an online business owner? And if you are not, does it make sense to be an online business owner? Does it make sense to step into being an online business owner yet for you? Go ahead and type that in the chat for me. Cool. I see some people saying I'm at the beginning. I do tarot. Amazing. I do breath work. I love breathing. Honestly, breath work is probably like the most important because everyone breathes, you know? It's really good. All right, let's dive in, folks. So the agenda today, we're going to talk about cycle syncing with your business. We're going to be talking about the new moon, how to manifest, and how to use the tools. We're going to be talking about the test group phases. How many of you are interested in the test group? How many of you are looking to be a part, a piece, or join into the test group and what we have in store for you there? Go ahead and just type a 111 in the chat. Cool. Fire. We're also going to be including some womb work. We're going to do a Q&A at the end so that if you have any questions, we'll take 1 or 2 minutes to go over all of that for you. Okay. Cool. So first and foremost, the new moon in Aquarius this is exactly what you need to know. Doesn't matter where it is in your chart, specifically right now, biggest focus is it's the right time to start an online business. The reason why is because majority of jobs are going to be replaced by AI. If they aren't already being replaced by AI, they're going to be within the next 5 years. Another huge factor is the economic state of many countries right now is just insane. Having the autonomy to run an online business is the priority that you all need to be focusing on, because this will give you, your family, and the people around you freedom. You don't want money. You don't want luxury things. You don't want all these grandiose things. You want freedom. That's really what we want, is freedom to do what we want to do. Am I right or am I right? Freedom. Okay. The new moon in Aquarius is also going to help you express your creative talents. If you are an artist, an influencer, an entrepreneur, by definition, you are an artist. The way you express your art, the way you express your talents, the way you express your skills falls into the part of your chart where you find Aquarius. This is very good because this can help you build a community of people that are similar to you. This is how I was able to bring all of you towards me, because I'm using my Aquarius house to bring you here. So I would like to teach, or let me say this better. How would it benefit you to be able to do to hundreds of people what I just did with you? Would it help you to bring in 100, 200, 1,000 people that are similar to you towards your business? Would that help you? Would that change your life? Would that help you feel accepted? Would that help you feel understood? That's the objective today, is to give you those skills and tools and set you up for success in that way. Okay. Last piece that's really important is new moon in Aquarius. It's time to utilize social media. How many of you are running your business? How many of you are doing things on social media right now? Perfect. I see Alexis raising her hand. Alexis is actually one of my very first coaching clients. Like OG, like amazing. Amazing. I'm so glad you're here. Awesome. Cool. Let's move forward. So I added this part by accident, but I wanted to talk about something. Manifesting with your cycle. This is not my expertise. I'm just here to segue. Ro, ready? Go for it.
All right. So, like Sunny was saying, in this specific like meeting or retreat, I really want to go over how we can help you manifest an online business. And when it comes to manifestation, I really want to. I think you need a mute.
Oh yeah.
Thank you for being patient with some technical stuff. We appreciate you. Yeah, I really want to dive into how to manifest an online business, especially for us as women. Through our menstrual cycle is probably one of the most powerful ways we can manifest. Each phase of our cycle actually carries a different energy and step of manifestation. So we're literally embodiments of manifestation. Whatever ideas, whatever plans you have for yourself or things that you want to bring to life, you are literally built for. So with menstruation specifically, your menstrual cycle is literally the process of preparing your body for potential life. And almost similar to manifestation, it's literally bringing an idea or thought to life. And even if you don't have a menstrual cycle, as women, we are naturally in tune with nature. We are naturally in tune with the lunar cycles. So if you don't have a period, or if you don't have like a regular period to follow to go through these cycles, the best way to kind of get on the same page or like still be in that energy is by following the lunar cycles. So, the lunar cycles are reflected in our own cycles specifically, but if you don't have a cycle, you would just refer to the lunar cycles that happen naturally. So yes, before we dive into the different phases of your cycle, I'm curious if everybody knows like what phase of their cycle they're in, if you're in your like follicular, if you're in your luteal phase, or is anybody ovulating? I would just like to know where everybody's energy is at. If you know, go ahead and maybe type it in the chat, share it with us. And if you have questions specifically about like menstruation or menstrual manifestation, there's going to be a Q&A at the end. So just hold tight on those questions and I'll be happy to kind of go over it. Yay. Amazing. This is new to me. Oh, beautiful. Yeah. At one point we can go over, like what it means when you bleed in accordance to different lunar cycles or lunar phases. But I was just curious where everybody was at in their cycle, because it's going to be really important to manifest based on whatever phase you're in. So I'm going to go over the phases and just pay attention to all of them, obviously, because we're going to be throughout our lunar cycle or throughout our menstrual cycle, we're going to experience each phase. So you can just go to the next slide. Yeah. So specifically for menstruation, I'm actually reading this book right now to dive super, super deep into not just like menstrual cycles, but like womb work. It's called Womb Awakening. It's super big and like 500 pages. But it's teaching you so much about how to connect deeper to just like feminine energy, your menstrual cycle, your womb. And so I pulled this quote from the book because I thought it was just such a powerful quote specifically for the new moon, especially if you're bleeding during the new moon. And it says, menstruation is a deeply shamanic experience of death and rebirth, releasing and rebirthing in one profound bio-spiritual journey. I'm just going to let that like kind of sit in and kind of settle into our bodies, because I want you to really feel into how sacred it is to have a womb or to be in your feminine energy and really connect to your periods, connect to your creative centers. During menstruation, I like to kind of split it into two sections, because your first 3 days during menstruation is really like the death phase. This is when, you know, your flow might be the heaviest, or it's just starting, or your symptoms of your menstruation might be a little more intense. During the first 3 days of your cycle, it's really best to prioritize rest and be releasing whatever is no longer serving you, and letting go of any tension or thoughts or limiting beliefs that you may have had, or just even situations or memories that are no longer serving you. You know, your body is naturally releasing like content from your womb that is no longer viable for life. And so it's really powerful if we set an intention just in our like period blood or in our wombs. We get to work together with our energy, with our wombs, to let go and release. And it's going to make releasing and letting go even more powerful. Especially during menstruation, the first 3 days, you're going to be more sensitive, more intuitive. And this is a really powerful time to spend time reflecting and going inwards. And this is really important, especially if you're starting a business, because without resting, without clearing things out so that you can make space for something better, something new, you could end up burnt out. You can end up feeling very clutter-minded or clutter-spaced. It's just, rest is such an essential part of creation and rebuilding, especially as a business owner. Without you pouring back into yourself, there is no business. You know, sure, there might be a business, you might thrive for a couple months just working. But let's say you fall out of love with your business, you fall out of love with your purpose, because your soul, your body isn't getting what it needs. And now you can't give your medicine or run your business the way you know you could, or you know you can, because you skipped the rest, you skipped the releasing, and you couldn't let go of control, or you couldn't let go of like working. So yeah, menstruation is going to be a really powerful time as women, as business owners, to rest, release, and rejuvenate ourselves so that we can serve better in the coming weeks. And so usually after the third or fourth day of your cycle to the last day, I feel like a lot of us may or may not have experienced like a peak in energy. You feel a little more social. You're ready to like create. It's almost like you're rebirthing. And this is because in this like rebirthing and death and like shamanic experience, it's because you spent so much time really pouring into yourself and giving yourself that self-love and worshiping yourself and recognizing your sacredness. You're going to have all this energy to magnetize moving forward. You're going to have a fresh start for creation. How is this sitting with everyone? Doesn't it kind of make sense to rest and release and let go during your period so that you can provide or serve or run your business in the coming weeks, especially for us women? If we have cycles, doesn't it make sense to follow the cycles and follow the phases? Yeah, I know this isn't really often taught, but it's something that, you know, once you really become aware of, it's impossible to ignore. Don't you think? I'm just looking at the chat really quick. Yeah, I feel like a lot of women, we intuitively know this, but unless we're encouraged and empowered to step into it, it can feel taboo. It can feel like odd. But I'm here to tell you that it's not odd, and that this is exactly what you're supposed to be doing. This is exactly how you run a business naturally and for the sake of longevity. And so that your business not only is something that you can use to serve, but it serves you. You know, one of my biggest goals, one of my biggest intentions is sharing this information is so that you can feel supported and empowered in your business, and your business doesn't have to run you. It just follows your flow. And that's how you really step into leadership, especially as women. Yeah. If you don't really, if you don't honor your body's like signals, your body will force you. And this will appear as, you know, burnout. You might get sick if you have really bad cramps, or maybe if you have like a problematic womb or a problematic period. It might be because you keep fighting the rest. You keep fighting what your womb is telling you to do. In the test group, we're going to dive a little bit deeper into, you know, masculine, feminine energetics in business, so that you can understand how to honor your flow even more. There's so many layers that we can go into for that. And in a lot of women who experience PCOS or really, really painful cramping, it's usually because of that resistance to let go. Because of that resistance to let go, your body is literally aching and causing you pain. And so, yeah, I could go on, but I think you guys get the point. But yeah, menstruation is really powerful. And we can go to the next slide. I want to dive a little bit deeper into menstruation, because I don't know if anybody has experienced this themselves, but typically during menstruation, sometimes our libido, sometimes our sex drive actually is at its highest. If you have a healthy period, the time before, during, and after your period tends to be the time where sometimes you're feeling more erotic, you're feeling more sensual, you feel more in your feminine, you feel so in your body, and you just want to like be touched and move and held. You know, even the desire to be held during menstruation can lead to eroticism or an erotic feeling. And I feel like this is a really great indicator of, you know, it's time to create, it's time to move. It's like, it's creating this really sacred experience with yourself. And so, you know, the fact that almost sometimes women experience a higher sex drive during menstruation versus ovulation, I feel like that puts even more importance around your period to really, really take care of yourself, to really, really self-worship and self-love yourself during this time, because it's going to be really potent in your creative process moving forward. Yeah. And usually, you know, it can be fun to experience this like erotic behavior with others or with a partner. But otherwise, even if just experiencing it with yourself, this is the best time in your business to outsource, to automate certain things, and be really selective with who you decide to work with, because you are so sensitive. And so, yeah, just trying to bring it back to business. I tend to get lost in like the energetics of things. But I hope it makes sense that, you know, menstruation is really the time for you. And because you're spending time for you, you're going to feel so much better pouring into your business when your period's over. Is this making sense for everyone?
Can everyone see the slides, by the way? Just curious. All right. Odessa, everyone else is saying yes. So it's hard.
You might just have to like slide. Sometimes
Yeah,
if you
if you're
slide
on
the
your
screen,
phone, you might want to slide. Okay, cool. Awesome.
Yeah. All right, cool. So now that we've covered menstruation, I'm gonna kind of dive into your follicular and ovulatory phases. These phases are important. However, I didn't really put too much into these slides, mostly because I feel like a majority of women, whatever they do already is all of this throughout the entire month, if that makes sense. Like, if you're a woman who doesn't really follow your cycle, you tend to be planning, strategizing, organizing, and scheduling calls, taking action, executing all month. And so what I'm really here to remind you is that the best time to do those things is after your period. I'm just here to remind you that these things can be done after your period, especially if you own your own business. You are the boss. You can do things however you like and adjust them to whatever works for you. And I can assure you that aligning your work to your business or aligning your work to your cycle is going to support you more than planning, strategizing, organizing, scheduling calls, and taking action all month long. Yeah. And so moving on to ovulatory phase, which is about 2 weeks after your bleed. This is usually the time where you feel the most social. You're gonna feel probably more inclined to be involved in your community if you have one, or maybe build a community. This is usually a time where you feel more confident, and you want to express yourself, you want to network. And so if you have a podcast, this is the best time to co-host a podcast or even host your own. If you're ready to launch a program, launch it during your ovulatory phase. You do not want to be launching when you're on your period. That is like the worst thing you could do. I've tried hosting a class on my period. Literally words were not working. And I just I did my best. But if you're a business owner, if you are, your own boss, you don't have to put yourself through that. Just wait till you're ovulating. And yeah, just wait till you're ovulating if you're going to launch a program. If you want to close sales, or if you do any type of sales, this is the best time to schedule, or it's the best time to schedule those sales around this time. Yeah, if you have any speeches planned, or if you want to go live on Instagram or TikTok, this is the best time to do so. It's also the best time to make as much content as you can, so that you kind of have a library for it moving forward. When you enter your luteal and menstrual phases, you'll have a library of content in your drafts that you can just post with, so that you don't have to worry about posting the rest of the month.
Yeah, just to add on to what Rose said too, like this, because of this opportunity period for creation, it's just such a great window for those of you who struggle with making content. This is where that creativity can really be utilized, and you can really push yourself into a space of expression. And that's where your best art's going to come from. That's where your best words are going to come from. That's where your best energy is going to stem into. And people that are watching your videos are going to be able to capture that energy from you. And they're going to, on the receiving end, they're going to be happy because you're happy. And when you're happy in your videos and you're making people happy, they're more likely to work with you. They're more likely to support you. They're more likely to follow you. They're more likely to share your posts based on what you're talking about. So I just wanted to, yeah. Next slide. Cool. Oh, sure. Oh, I didn't even.
Yeah, thank you, Sunny. Also, just while he was talking on the topic of creating content and really providing like your best energy during that time in your content or in your art or in your business, whatever it may be, wouldn't it be great if people could receive the best version of you during this like week of, or this time frame, like all month, or like at least through your content? I feel like there can be a lot of pressure to show up on Instagram or TikTok all the time. But when you really get to align your cycle to your content creation or to your business, you get to kind of create a better relationship with creating content, because you're not so focused on creating content when you're supposed to be focusing on yourself. And so really utilizing this ovulatory phase to make content or to express yourself or to show up in your business is going to feel really good, not just during your ovulatory phase, but during your menstrual phase. Because you're not gonna be so worried about, oh, I need to socialize, or oh, I need to like make this post, or oh, I need to be on this podcast. You already took care of that because you planned ahead of time, because you planned around your cycle. Yeah. You know, next slide. Okay. So your luteal phase, this one's a little bit longer because it is the phase that tends to last the longest because there's like within the luteal phase, there's so much changing. And it's also, I feel like the phase of people's cycle that tends to get the most hate, but really it's such a powerful phase to be aware of and be intentional with, because this is the season where your emotions and your intuition starts to get heightened before your period. You know, this is a time where it's signaling you to slow down and evaluate, reflect on what the past month has been like, and really meditate on whatever comes up. You know, if you notice before your period, sometimes we get triggered, or sometimes we feel emotions that we typically wouldn't feel throughout the month. And this is a good thing. You know, I genuinely feel like your luteal phase is when your intuition is clearest, it's unfiltered. And that's why some of the emotions that come up feel uncomfortable or they feel foreign, and it's because there's no filter. And this can be a really good thing for you to tap into. So, because it lets you be honest with yourself, it lets you be honest with where your business is at, with where you are at as a leader, or with where you're at in relationship to Instagram, TikTok, social media, or clients. You know, usually in the first couple of days of your luteal phase, your estrogen and testosterone are going to drop, which means you're probably going to be very self-critical. You're probably going to be very doubtful. You might even get sad or anxious. And this is a huge reminder that during this phase, not to start over any projects that you've been working on. I feel like a lot of people, especially women, when they start to learn to trust themselves, they mistakenly trust their self-doubt and criticism during this phase because they feel like it's not good enough to launch, or because, oh, no, like this thing is missing this, or no, I'm not ready, or no, I didn't finish this, so I can't do it now. That's not necessarily the case. It's just during this phase, you tend to be more critical. And this can be really good because you get to make adjustments and make notes and meditate on the things that you are noticing in your business or you're noticing in yourself for later on. So it's really important that during your luteal phase, you don't just like toss everything that you built the weeks prior. It's really just the time to evaluate and reflect really lightheartedly. Yeah. And usually the second half of your period, the progesterone will rise and you'll be more inclined to pay attention to detail. You might have the sudden urge to clean or nest. This is really to prepare you to rest for your period. And it's actually like scientifically shown that the left side of your brain becomes less active, which means your logical thinking gets affected. But that doesn't mean, you know, block your feelings. It just means not to force rationale. You know, things are going to be coming up and you might think, oh, you might be like, oh no, I know they're like this, or I know they didn't mean it that way. And that's okay. But also just like being aware of how people are treating you, being aware of how people are triggering you, being aware of what boundaries are being crossed so that you can make adjustments. You don't have to force rational thinking. It's just an encouragement to, again, reflect and evaluate what is being presented to you in this unfiltered state. Yeah. And your right brain becomes more hyperactive, which is known for your intuitive knowing self. That's why sometimes during your luteal phase, you might get this like idea of that something might be going on in your business, or something might be going on with a relationship, or you might get like some idea about a change of direction in your business. This is just a time to write it down, reflect, evaluate. I really encourage people, especially if you don't have a regular period, if you feel self-doubt, if you feel self-critical, just like start writing down the dates of when you feel this way in your journal and almost pay attention. You might see a pattern. You might see that these self-doubtful thoughts or critical thoughts about yourself aren't necessarily true all the time. It's just during this period. And so your luteal phase is a really, really good time to practice self-compassion. It's a really good time to lean into the feminine and nurture yourself, and start to create a relationship with your intuition. That way you can have more of a dialogue with your higher self or with your body. Yeah. How is this all sitting with everyone? I'm curious how everybody's feeling receiving this information. Does it offer clarity? I also want to point out we have 88 participants. Love it. Yeah, next slide. Amazing. Yeah, and so that kind of goes over how to work with your cycle in alignment with your work. And the benefits of working with your cycle is that you're gonna find yourself more productive doing less throughout the month. I know that doesn't make sense, but literally in like the past 4 hours, I just finished my period 2 days ago, maybe a day ago. I've gotten more work done than the past 2 weeks of my cycle. And that's just how it works. That's just natural. And it doesn't make sense to force yourself to work through your luteal and menstrual phase and get less done and be less productive. You're going to be more productive prioritizing rest and pouring into yourself again, so that when the energy peaks in your productivity, you can really utilize it. For me, I felt some guilt resting so much the past week from being on my period. And I had to really reprogram myself and encourage myself to keep resting. And it almost got me excited for, the time after my period. And it made working instant. The second I felt my energy come back, I instantly got to work and I instantly got things done. And it was super easy versus forcing myself to struggle for weeks and weeks and weeks on end. So yeah, one of the benefits of working with your cycle is practicing guilt-free rest, especially during your period. And the thing is, the more you practice guilt-free rest, you'll be able to practice it when winter seasons in life happen. When you need to grieve, or when you go through a breakup, or when you go through a large financial loss, you're going to be able to grieve better and recover faster because you know how to rest and you know how to feel your emotions and you know how to be in your body and you know how to process, you know how to get through the process. And it's going to be super easy and you're going to come back into life so much faster. And so, yeah, another benefit of working with your cycle is being able to predict and organize your life and business. You're going to predict, during this time, I really shouldn't schedule things. I'm probably not going to be able to speak as eloquently as I usually do, or I'm not going to be able to show up as socially as I normally am. Yeah. And you'll also know exactly what your period means. Your period is your 5th vital sign, especially for women. It tells you so much about how you are doing with mental health, how you're doing with your emotional health, your spiritual health. It shows you what you may not be paying attention to. Yeah. Go to the next slide. Yeah, and some of the features of working with us is I'm going to be able to provide you with very easy ways of energy, tracking your energy and tracking your cycle. There's super easy methods of figuring out when you're ovulating, when you're bleeding. There's apps that you can use, and there's certain check-ins you can do with your body to feel into what energy you're in. There's going to be journal prompts and embodiment practice that you can start incorporating so that you feel more connected to your cycle, and that you can start embodying a body-based business. You can start embodying rest. You can start embodying leadership. And the thing is, when you're working with your cycle, you get a sense of community. You get a sense of sisterhood. Imagine, I want to share this experience with you. Have you ever gone to the bathroom, realized you're on your period, and asked for a tampon? You make instant friends. And so the second you tune into your cycle and you start talking about it, oh my gosh, you're going to be flooded with sisters who get it, sisters who want to help, sisters who are healing each other just by talking about it. Yeah, that part gets me really excited. And then another benefit or another feature of working with us is you're going to really activate your womb space, which is such a powerful, it's a power source. It's an empowerment source. It literally is the source of life. And when you activate that source, you can literally make and do anything. You can create anything. Yeah. Isn't it exciting? Like talking about your food and understanding your body and like realizing just how powerful it is to be a woman, just how powerful it is to have a period or not even have a period, just to like embody feminine energy in general. Oh my gosh, it's 444 right now. Amazing. I love it. I love it. It's amazing.
Awesome, y'all. So if you could do this for yourself, would this change your business? Would this help you? And before we do anything else, real quick, can you all unmute yourself and just gas Ro up again one more time? Because she just came through and just like, I feel like gave you some really solid information. You can unmute
Bro,
yourself.
I literally love you.
Thank you,
Yes,
Ro.
bro, you're a
Thank
queen.
you,
Bro.
Thank you. Oh my goodness.
Period
Amazing.
queen.
Connected some dots over here. I
Literally
appreciate
a
it.
goddess
You're an
walking.
angel.
Fire. And just to double down, can you get that to everyone? Like,
Each other, give
yeah,
it to each
just
other.
gas each other for being here and
Thank
creating
you,
this
Becca.
sisterhood.
Thank you, Alexa.
You're all so
Thank you,
smart,
Ashley.
intuitive. I
Thank
can't
you,
wait to
Vanna.
see the amazing things that you guys do
Thank you,
live.
Vanessa.
So great to be able
Thank
to
you,
see y'all's different
Mariah.
faces and where
Thank
y'all
you,
come
Angela.
Wait,
Love
Thank you,
ya.
Ivis and Nina.
yes.
I love it. Thank you, you guys. And just to point out, whatever you see in me, you wouldn't be able to see unless you had it in yourself. So just to reflect that back to you guys. So much love.
Fire. All right, let's dive in. Cool. So, for the hard part. Well, actually, no, that's definitely the hard part. Okay. So I need your left brain. You don't need to take too many notes. The notes I want you to really focus on this part, everyone, is just, we're going to be talking about technology. I say it's the hard part because it's stuff that it's just not natural. It's just like not natural and it's not very human. So I'm hoping to make things easier for you today by giving you the tools that you need to make it feel a little bit more natural when you're in your luteal phase, so that when you have that opportunity to execute, it's far, far easier. Okay. So these tips and tools and techniques I'm going to be sharing with you, and these technologies are all going to be applicable to every single industry. I've helped people in pretty much every single industry. I've sold everything but a plane and a home at this point in my life. And these tools are by far the most superior for business owners. So the benefits of working with the technologies we're going to be sharing with you today are, we're going to help you obtain the 3 freedoms. Who was here in the last retreat? In the last retreat, we talked about the 3 freedoms. The 3 freedoms are time freedom, which means that you get to choose your schedule, you get to choose when you work, you get to choose when you get things done. The second freedom is location freedom, which is being able to work where you want to from pretty much anywhere on the planet. How many of you would love to be able to work from anywhere in the world? how many of you would like to be able to pick your own schedule? And especially business owners, I know some of you, you do get to pick your schedule and you still hate your schedule. A lot of you are business owners and you're an employee to your own job, or excuse me, business. Wild. So the last freedom is financial freedom, which is being able to make enough to provide for your needs to support the time and location freedom. Once you have all three, you are autonomous, you're free. But the three of them need each other, okay? So the benefits of working with this technology that we're gonna give you is you're gonna be able to do these things more consistently. And you're gonna be able to have a higher conversion. Okay. Jules says, sounds really hot. It is. It means you can go to the beach. Literally. You can go to the beach whenever you want to. How many of you like going to the beach? Where are my water signs at? Gang, gang. Oh, I only see 6. Dang. Oh, no, 20. There we go. Awesome. So the features of working with us are, I know a lot of you, I don't know how long a lot of you have been following me. Go ahead and drop in the chat how long you've been maybe watching at least my journey. 2 years. You saw most of this online thing then. That's wild. I appreciate y'all so much. The big thing here is I want to give you the features of working with us. I want to help you recreate a lot of the things that I've done, but faster and with way less struggle. I want to give you the advice that I have on how to utilize trends. How many of you are familiar with trends? How many of you feel like you can't keep up with the trends? Wow, a lot of you have been watching for 2 years. I'm so grateful. Y'all are amazing. How many of you feel like you don't know what to type on the screen or don't know what to say in your videos? How many of you struggle with the insights when you go into your videos and you look at how well they're doing, whether it's 30 views or 300 or 300,000? How many of you know what to do with that information? Because that's analytics. Analytics is a feature of working with us. I want to show you how to use your analytics to your advantage, because this is something called account management. The more we step into account management, the better, because now you can help your customers understand how to get the help that you're offering. It starts with trends. It starts with typing the right thing on the screen. It starts with insights, analytics, account management, customer journey. I want to clarify something though. When I'm talking about the trends, I'm not talking about the trending sounds. I'm talking about the trends in the world. Everyone type trends in the world for me, so we're all on the same page. Trends in the world, not on TikTok, not on Instagram, not on Pinterest, trends in the world. How would it feel to be in tune with the times? How would it feel to be aligned with your social media platform? Good. It'd feel really good. So here's some of the outcomes of working with us. Many of the people that I've served in the last few years here have obtained 1, 2, or 3 of the freedoms based on their level of surrender. I'm a 12th house Pisces. The best way I can serve people is to surrender. And the best way people can get my help is to surrender. I've noticed this by studying my own chart. So attaining the 3 freedoms, which one do you want most? Time, location, or financial? Do you want time, location, or financial? Which one's a priority for you? That's crazy. I want to tell you something. Everyone who's typing financial, the main thing is that is exactly why you are not where you need to be. Your desire for money is preventing you from seeing that it's actually time that you need. You don't need money, you need time. Because if you had time, you wouldn't work so hard for money. Am I making sense? Would you rather work 100 hours a week and get paid $1 million a year, or work 10 hours a week and get paid $1 million? You want time freedom. That's why I put it first. All of you should be pursuing time freedom first. Okay? Everyone type that on the chat, because your desire for money is blocking you from seeing that you want time. You want time with your family. You want time with your lover. You want time with yourself. You want time to do what you actually want to do. The money will pay for that, but if you don't have the time, it's irrelevant. Am I making sense? Okay, cool. So the outcome of working with us is one of those 3 freedoms, 2 of those 3 freedoms, or 3. How many of you have seen Lisa? I share her on my story semi-regularly. She went from 1,600 followers to 106,000 followers. She quit her job. She's making about $6,000 a month. She was making about $2,000 a month. She's making 3 times more. It took her 5 weeks with me. I've worked with other influencers. I've worked with other influencers on social media. A lot of the people that you watch on TikTok, tarot readers, other astrologers, they've come to me, they paid me to to do private sessions with them, help them build out their plan, teach them how to market, teach them how to become more consistent with their views. I'm not going to name too many. I'm not going to name any names, actually, because that's not what we're here for. But the real goal is, I know how to create videos that sell while you sleep. If you've been following me for a while, you know I'm usually around late night. If you go through my videos, a lot of my videos I'm posting at night, so that when I wake up, there's a lot of views. There's a lot of people who go into my website. There's a lot of things that are happening while I'm sleeping. How many of you would like to recreate that? How many of you are struggling right now to get customers? You have a really good product, in your opinion, but you don't have customers. People just aren't buying yet. Okay. Another outcome of working with us is a business that you actually love building. I want to be clear about something, and I want to emphasize what Ro was saying earlier too. When you're building a business, the business should be a reflection of you. A lot of people, I've noticed, try to start a business, and the business is them selling something that they think people want. For example, CMOS is like a very huge thing right now. people are like, oh, I want to sell sea moss. Okay, but who wants to buy sea moss? Right? Or if you're a tarot card reader, okay, yeah, I'm a tarot card reader. Okay, but who wants to buy tarot card readings? It doesn't necessarily work that way. So what I want you all to do is I want you to focus on, I'm going to give you some instructions here, but I want you to answer this question real quick. What is the biggest expense in your life right now? What is the most expensive thing in your life? What is the biggest expense? What are you paying the most money for in your life? Money, time, energy. What is the thing that is taking all of it from you? Mortgage, health, time. Someone said rent, work, bills, Texas. Yeah. Health, storage, debt. Wow. Taxes. Wow. Tia. Tia is correct. The biggest expense in your life right now is your lack of knowledge. Your lack of information is preventing you from taking the next step. If you knew with a blindfold on that if you took the next step and it would get you closer to your goal, you would take it, right? But you don't know. That's the issue. Yes or yes? Yes or yes? So the biggest thing here is, I brought some notes for you. When you're starting a business, the first thing you need to do before you do anything, especially how many of you are making less than $10,000 a month? If you're making less than $10,000 a month, this is the most important part of my section of this presentation. If you're making less than 10K a month, I want to tell you exactly what I did to figure out how to make more. The first thing you need to do is, what problem are you solving? If you don't have that answer, you cannot run a business. What problem are you solving? That is the most important thing. You can sell this, you can offer that. If you're not solving a problem, no one cares. What is the answer to that problem? For example, when I was a little boy, my mom would have painful periods. So I knew her favorite chocolate would make her feel better. The corner store, the gas station was like a 2-minute walk. And I would go and spend like $1.30 or something and buy her chocolate and bring it to her every time I noticed some animosity. I was like, oh, something's not right. I need to solve this problem. Let me go get some chocolate. Okay. That was my intuition. Okay. How do you solve a problem? What problem do you wish to solve? For me, I didn't want to get yelled at. I wanted to be able to go play outside without having a confusing conversation with my mom about why I can't leave the house. So I would go and get her chocolate. One, it would allow me to stay outside because she would be sleeping because she's burning out the chocolate. Two, my mom's happy because she eats her favorite chocolate. Three, I don't know what's going on with my mom, but I know that what was going on is not happening for the next few hours. Okay. So that's how I was able to solve the problem, was with the chocolate. Do you see what I did there? Is this making sense? Young entrepreneur. I was doing it for my time freedom though. You see, I wanted time. I didn't want money. I wanted her to let me go play outside, because to be in the house with her felt dangerous. So I was bargaining for my time. That $1.30 gave me like 8 hours to hang out with the homies. Very important, okay? So I had to find a product that would help answer the problem. Is this making sense to everybody? Perfect. I'll give you another example. Right now, 87%, it's gone down because I've been trying to talk more to the men. 87% of my 700,000 followers are women. About 80% of them, I've done different polls over the last like year or so. Ever since I started talking about content with cycles, about 80% of those people have a painful period, cramps in the first 1 or 2 days, sometimes 3. It depends. Usually the first day is a for sure. Second day is a and then that third day is like extra. It's very small percentage, but about out of the 80, so it's a few 100,000 women who have painful cramps, right? That's a problem. Painful cramps is a problem, okay? What is the answer to the problem? Well, for me, I took a women's health class in college. What my teacher taught me was, if your partner is having painful cramps, you can just go in there and just make biscuits. A cat. I love cats. So I watch cats make biscuits. You can make biscuits. You ever have someone make biscuits on you when you're cramping? I don't know how it feels, but I've heard it's not bad. I'm not trying to make y'all laugh. I'm really asking questions here. Massaging your lower abdomen can be helpful. Sometimes I've heard heating pads are also very good. Does anyone use heating pads? Does anyone do massage? Does anyone? Someone says, yeah, I use a heating pad. Okay, do any of you take over-the-counter drugs like Advil or Tylenol? I try not to take pills. So I don't even know. I just know like the basic name. Herbal tea, perfect. Heating pad, perfect. I just smoke weed, that tea is the best, 100%. Awesome. So because my audience has such a large percentage of this problem, I had to find a solution. This is a massaging and heating pad called Period. I started this project just a few months ago because I wanted to learn how to sell a product that could actually help people, because it has something to do with my experience with my mother. So there's an emotional attachment for me. So it's much easier for me to do. So these will be coming out next month. A few people already have them, friends, but this is a solution to a problem. Is everyone understanding how to solve a problem? Yes or yes? So you can do this with a product and you can do this with a service, okay? This is the knowledge that I want to share with you. So these are the 7 things I want you to write down before we take the next slide, okay? These are the 7 ways you can make $10,000. Number one is e-commerce, which is you selling a digital or a physical product. Number one way to make $10,000 a month is to solve a problem by giving people a digital or a physical product. Everyone got number one? Erna says, what problem can I solve? We'll get there. Everyone have number one down. Number two, for those of you who have Gemini placements and Sagittarius placements, for those of you who have Cancer placements, Capricorn placements, this will be easiest for you. High ticket closers, sales. Number two is sales, making sales. Sales is very easy when you remember that you're not actually selling anything. You're helping people solve a problem. Am I clear? Sales is number two. Sales is the fastest way, second fastest way to make $10,000 a month by helping people solve a problem. I have a Sagittarius moon. What do I sell? Information. What do I sell? Wisdom. I'm teaching you all the stuff that I did in 7 years, and you saw 2 years of it in 30 days. Lisa was able to do it in 5 weeks. It took me 7 years. She hit 100K in 5 weeks. It took me 7 years. Very interesting, right? So if you're a Sagittarius or a Gemini, I have a Gemini South node, I sell information so that people can do it faster than I did it. Makes sense? Everyone type makes sense in the chat if it makes sense. The third way to make $10,000 a month is by starting a YouTube channel. A YouTube channel. And it's not the type of YouTube channel that you post once a year. It's not the type of YouTube channel that you post every 3 months. It's not the type of YouTube channel that you start with your best friend and then you delete the video and then you start it again and then you drop a video and then you keep switching what you're talking about. No, it's the type of YouTube channel that dropping 1 video a week or more. Number 1 is e-commerce. Number 2 is sales. Number 3 is YouTube channel. Now, if you want to do a YouTube channel, the best thing you need to know is how to do AdSense, AdSense, or you need to have amazing titles, hooks, and thumbnails. If you're into YouTube, you know what I'm talking about. Number 4, online coaching, which is where I love coming in. Ro also. Online coaching, if you know something that other people don't know, you can get paid to help them. Organize. You can get paid to help people organize. You get paid to help people with their health. You don't need to be the healthiest person in the world to help people with their health. You just need to be kind of healthy or healthier than most. If you are studying something, this is something that you can turn into an online coaching business. Anything, honestly, that you are obsessed with, you can turn into an online coaching business. Anything that you're obsessed with. Who has an obsession? Mine's astrology. Sometimes I need to do some very important stuff and I'll go look at the transits. And I'm like, wait, hold on, I have to do reality stuff. And I'm over here trying to figure out where the moon is real quick. Where's the moon before I send this email? Whatever you're obsessed with, you can turn into an online coaching business. Number 5, affiliate marketing. There are companies that sell software that will pay you a monthly reoccurring revenue of $500, $1,000, $5,000, depending on how engaged your audience is. Not how big, but how engaged your audience is with you. If your audience is engaged with you, they are willing to pay you a lot of money to talk to them about their software. Number 5 is affiliate marketing. Everyone hearing me? I know you're probably it's okay. We got this. Number 6. This is one of the more popular ones. Everyone type the word chat GPT in the chat for me. Just take a second to stop writing. Type the word chat GPT in the chat for me. Chat GPT is going to make the copywriting world explode. You can make $10,000 a month writing for people. If you do not want to be on camera, if you're someone who's shy, if you have anxiety about your appearance, if you have fear around anything about your own self, copywriting allows you to write words for people and solicit them. And you get to write people's emails. You can write for people's websites. You can write people's podcasts. You can write people's sales scripts. You can write people's anything that needs writing. And it takes about 45 minutes, but you're getting paid thousands. I know there's a guy I know per client. He charges about $2,000 a client, and he sends out like 4 to 10 emails a month. 4 to 10 emails a month, $2,000. It's a very serious business because some people aren't good at that stuff. So they rather pay someone who is kind of good at it or better than them because it helps them make more money. Yeah, the business owner's paying $2,000, but they're making $100. So it's fine. That's number 6. Is everyone keeping up with me? Number 7 is an online marketing agency. This is the space that I am now stepping into. Online marketing agencies are the best because you get to do something called contractor arbitrage. Contractor arbitrage is the most effective way to get to $1 million. If you're looking to make $1 million, I know a lot of you have said in your heart, have said in your soul, I want to become the first millionaire in my family. I want to tell you right now, making $10,000 a month, the moment you do it, you'll realize how easy it is to make $1 million. The road is not easy, but the vision becomes a lot more clear. Contractor arbitrage. Arbitrage is spelled A-R-B-I-T-R-A-G-E. Arbitrage. Contractor arbitrage is when you hire someone to do the work that you are getting paid to do for you and you oversee. You hire someone to do the work for you. You can do this with short form content, email marketing, and sales. You can do this remote from anywhere, and you don't need to hire 10 people. You don't need to hire 3 people. You can only just hire 1 person and get this done and make well over $10,000 a month. Those are the 7 ways to hit 10K. All right. So now that I've given you a taste, I want to give you another taste. So we've decided to give you a taste of what you need for 2023. So let's go. Who here struggles to show up on Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, or TikTok? If you're not that person, say, I'm, if you don't struggle, type in the chat, I'm famous. If you have no issue posting right now, say I'm famous. If you struggle, just say me or yes. Okay, cool. So I want to show you why you struggle. The number one thing you need to stop doing right now to succeed in your business, who can guess what it is? The answer's on the screen. By the way, as you work with me more and get to know me more, I know some of you have been around for 2 years. I always give you the answer. I'm not a confusing person. I will always keep things very upfront with you. That's why I'm so like, so what is the number one thing that is keeping you from succeeding in your business? Moon says, put your phone down. Erna says, less scrolling. The scrolling is killing a lot of your mental health, 100%. Jamila says, consuming, yes, I agree. Self-doubt, 100%. Someone give me the real answer though. Look at the screen. It says 321. It's perfect angel number right there for us. What is the real reason? Distractions. Sheila, you nailed it. Distractions. Distractions is the number one issue. How many of you have a phone screen that looks like this? If your phone screen looks like this, where does $10,000 come through? Where does $100,000 come through? Where's the money? Someone answer me. Everyone's too quiet right now. Where is the money? Okay, this is not optimized for business, money. The priority, there's no priority on anything. And there's no focus. One of my favorite assistants that I had 2 years ago, Nay, she told me, she's 19 years old, Pisces, so intuitive, Capricorn moon, or Scorpio moon, excuse me. She was like, Sunny, send me a screenshot of your phone screen. I was like, why? She's like, I just want to see. She's like, okay, you need to delete everything until you can only see one thing on one screen, because you get distracted so easily. You're very smart, you're very talented, but you get distracted so easily. And a lot of people who are very talented and smart, your mind is very expansive. So when you have a lot of things in your face, those things are going to distract you. You need to choose what is distracting you. 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 Everyone type it. Choose my distractions. You choose them. I choose my distractions. Do you want your distractions to be what's on this screen? Or do you want your distractions to be more aligned like this? This is my home screen. Ignore the amount of emails. I didn't say I was perfect. Never said I was perfect, folks. Okay. Never said I was perfect. Nonetheless, it's optimized for talking to people. As you can see here, my Gmail, which is bussin' from orders, mostly it's orders. That's why email's so full. Then there's ManyChat. How many of you know what ManyChat is? I use ManyChat. I use Luna to look at astrology. Like I said, I'm obsessed, so I keep it up. I only have 4 applications on my screen. And then I have Business Suite so that I can talk to people on Instagram without being on Instagram. How many of you know that? How many of you know that I post to Instagram, but I don't even, most of the month, I don't have Instagram on my phone. I take it off my phone, like every few days, I'll just delete it because I notice myself getting distracted. I post 4 to 6 times a day on Instagram, and I'm not even having the app on my phone because I use Business Suite. A lot of you will not make $10,000 a month in your life until you learn self-control with your phone. A lot of you will never break $10,000 until you learn how to have self-control with your phone. I had to learn this the hard way. One of my coaches, he's a Capricorn, of course. He told me, optimize your phone now. That's the first thing. Jules says you have to check the trends. I am the trends. I make the trends. I watch the trends. I study the trends. Do you see the difference? Not optimized, optimized. Not optimized, optimized. Get your phone together. If you want to run an online business, it starts there. I promise you. Learning your cycle, huge, massive. Step 1. Figuring out what you're going to give to the world, huge, massive. Step 2. The tool that you're using, by the way, my phone screen is a picture of Bali because that's where I want to be. I put things that I want. It's a Ferrari with a guy wearing a nice watch. I don't even like watches. But I know once I have those 2 things, I'll have hit another goal of mine. Last year, when I first started doing this, I went to Pinterest. Everyone type Pinterest, and I took a picture of, you know, when you're sitting in an airplane, like the back of the, like when you're looking into the, what is it called? The cockpit. When you look into the cockpit, I took a picture of the cockpit from someone else and I put that as my background for my phone. Last year, I took like 30 some flights, which I haven't left the country since I was 12. And I visited almost 7 different countries in the last year, which is insane. Use your phone. Use this thing to your advantage. It's killing you. If you're not making money, it's because your phone is not optimized. I promise. What's the graph tracking? This is called screen time. If you go to your phone, I could go so deep into this. If you go to your search and just type in screen time and hit the thing, it will show you all the apps that you're wasting your time on. For me, it's mostly social media because I'm always posting and then I get off. So for example, for today, I put in 4 hours already, but it's all been work. Most of you, if you go to your screen time, you're putting in 8, 12, 17 hours a day. I know, because I was you. Am I helping anyone right now? Is anyone, are y'all still with me? So those are some pieces that I think are very important. So in the test group, we've already had several people sign up for the one-on-one part of the test group. We've had people sign up for the group part of the test group. Ro and I have been talking about it. I kind of wanted to name it Internet Money. I don't know. It sounds good. It's still called test group right now, but we're going to be going more in depth about how to optimize. I want to show you exactly how to optimize your phone for your business. Everyone's a little bit different with their business and what they're selling. So some people need to have a Shopify widget on their thing. Some people need to have WhatsApp because you have a lot of international customers or, you know, people like this. If you are someone who wants to make courses, you need to have the app Teachable or Kajabi or something similar. But how many sales do you make in a day? As business owners, as people, how many sales do you make a day? On average, I see a lot of zeros. If you do everything that I said if you do everything that Ro said and everything that I said up until this point, you will change that 0 to a 1. Do you trust me or do you trust me? If you currently have a 0 sales per day, do everything we've said so far and you will change that. I promise. Okay. Do other human beings engage with your social media posts? Social media engagement is really important because the more engagement you have, when people see that your audience is engaging with you, it makes you look real and it makes you look trustworthy. My financial advisor the other day called me to talk to me about my business. I haven't talked to him in a little bit for the holidays and things. And bro had to tell me, you know, what's going on. He goes and checks my Twitter. He's like, oh, wow, you have a lot of followers on your Twitter. I have about 20,000 followers on Twitter. I don't know how. I just talk and tweet. I just post a lot and people follow, right? Because that's what happens. And people comment on my stuff. People share my stuff and I share their stuff and it just goes back and forth. How would it feel to have a community of people that support you and your business? How would that change your business? There's nothing worse than posting something and getting 1 comment, 0 comments. I don't like that. It happens to me still. I don't like it, but I know why. I know exactly what I did. When it happens, I know exactly why. I know how to make a video that gets 10,000. I know how to make a video that gets 1,000. I know how to make a video that gets 300 comments. I know how to get engagement because you just need to know how to build your video. Everyone type video structure in the chat. Video structure. How would it feel if every time you posted, you knew what would happen as a result? How would that benefit you as a business owner? If you knew that when you posted something, people would share it, or people would like it, or that people would save it, or that people would go click the link in your bio, or they would go click the pin video at the top of your page. How would that help you? Because one of the things that I see, the thing is, I feel like I met Alexis very early. Alexis, I met her, it's been over a year. When I first got started, there's so many things I've learned since then. I've had my TikTok account banned for 6 months. It was permanently banned, but thanks to all of you, I was able to get it back. TikTok doesn't give accounts back. I got my account permanently banned and I got it back because of my content. I want to help you make content that is invaluable to the community that you're working with, because it's very possible once you remember what problem are you solving. Nook says, my daughter has 10K more followers in a week. Yeah. I got my first big jump was 14,000. I went from like 1,000 to 15K overnight with TikTok. It's very possible. A lot of you are sleeping on TikTok. A lot of you ask me, should you do TikTok or Instagram? TikTok. Should you do TikTok or Instagram? TikTok. Should you do TikTok or Instagram? The answer is TikTok. Everyone type in the chat, TikTok, because I know someone's gonna wanna ask later. The answer is TikTok. Let's just get that right out the way. You can't blow up in the same way on Instagram. I mean, Lisa did it. Lisa went from 1,600 to 100K in 5 weeks, but she could have done probably faster on TikTok. She probably could have had about 500,000 followers on TikTok. Not gonna lie. Okay. So would that change your business if when you posted, you knew what would happen? Why does it have more reach? Because it has more human beings. There are more human beings on TikTok. There are more children. There are more people on TikTok. Instagram is old. It's been around for 10 years. It's boring. TikTok is addictive. Okay, so I'm going to tell you all the things that you need for 2023 to run your business. And we're just going to go down the line. Okay, these are all the things that you need to have in place for your business. If you have something else that is bringing you $10,000 a month, please continue to use it. If you are not quite there yet, these are my suggestions. Calendly, it's free. It helps you set up appointments with your customers. It's great. This is what you're going to want to use. Odessa says, what about video structure? We'll talk about that later. But video structure is very important. When you're making a video, the goal is to have your video make sense to people so that they go click your Calendly link and book with you. That's what video structure is for. That's something I can't talk about here because it's very extensive. It takes a lot of time to explain different types of video structures because there's so many. Essentially though, Calendly is the one you want to use. Calendly is a tool that you need to be using. The next one is ChatGPT. ChatGPT is a tool you need to be utilizing. ChatGPT is an AI. Recently, I've been playing with ChatGPT. And ChatGPT is great because you can use it to write books. You can use it to, Ro and I were just chilling the other day and I was like, tell us how, write a guide on how to manifest with your period. And it wrote out an 8-step guide for us. And all you have to do is go in there and make a couple tweaks, couple changes, and you have your first ebook. You no longer have any excuse for why you can't make an ebook. You no longer have any excuse for why you don't have a product. You have no longer have any excuse for what you need to say in your content, because ChatGPT will do it for you. You have no excuses anymore. The next two tools that you need are Shopify. Shopify, you can start an account and you can pay $1 a month for the first 3 months to sell a digital or a physical product. Within that first 90 days, if you make one sale, you will definitely be able to accomplish your goals with your e-commerce business. Moon asked, Skillshare or Teachable? What we have on the screen today is Teachable. I don't use Skillshare. I don't know any of the top performing coaches. One of my coaches made 700,000 last year. She's 21. 21-year-old girl named Ari. She made 700K. She's not using Skillshare. I don't know what Skillshare is. It has nothing to do with us. I'm only here to give you what will help you make 10K a month or more. Please focus. Let's go. Teachable. Shopify. Someone says, I have a Shopify account, but the product is the issue. The product is not the issue. You need to learn how to use Shopify. It's a user thing, I promise you. And in the container, in the mentorship, we'll be teaching you how to set up your Shopify store, how to set up your Teachable, how to set up your Calendly, how to set up ChatGPT. The next tool that you need is Stripe. You need to have a Stripe account. Stripe is great for utilizing your money. This is for you to bring in your money. Having Calendly and Stripe together is great because they are going to bring in funds. Is Shopify and Teachable the same thing? You just answered your own question. No, they are separate. Shopify is a store, an e-commerce store website that you can go on and sell your products. Teachable is for creating courses and coaching. Stripe is a payment system software that allows you to receive funds from people around the world. Snipfeed here is a way for you to optimize your link in your bio. So a lot of you, when you sign up for classes and courses, for me, you go to my Snipfeed and you see those buttons there and you're able to get into a class, course, buy a product, service, pay for a reading, anything. I don't do readings anymore, but you're able to see those different features. So you need Stripe and you need Snipfeed. The last two are ManyChat. ManyChat's really great because ManyChat's gonna help you when you start getting people to come to your business. ManyChat's gonna help you talk to those people, and so is Business Suite. ManyChat's a little bit better because it's gonna do the talking for you. Business Suite is gonna help you stay off of Instagram. Okay, those are the top recommendations that I have for you today for your business. Now, let's hop into the Q&A and talk about what we just talked about. Someone asked, can you repeat Snipfeed? I'll take that as the first question. Snipfeed is a influencer web-based platform that allows you to get paid for your skills, for your offers through their system. It's what you used to sign up for this class here. So you would be making one of those pages for yourself. That's it. All right, just a second. Is there anything like Business Suite for Facebook? Alexandra, the nice thing is Business Suite is actually owned by Meta. So you can run your Facebook page and your Instagram page through Business Suite. Cool. So let's get into the Q&A. If you have a question, go ahead and raise your hand in the participants field and just ask your question. I am going to prioritize the people who paid for the class first. So just go ahead and if you paid for the class, shoot me a message directly and I will answer your question. So Kay asked, will the test group factor in each person's astrology chart, sort you into the Sag, Moon, and Gemini? So Kay, to answer that question, something that will be included. So we need to interview you first before we do anything. We can't just work with everybody because not everyone's going to be a good fit for what we're teaching. And all the people who have left are already clarifying. The big thing here is we really want to work with people who understand their chart or are willing to study their chart. So if you're inside of my mentorship program, I want you to go and study your own chart because we don't want to take time answering questions about what your rising sign means. We don't want to take time answering questions about, oh, the moon's or Pluto's in my 5th house. What does that mean? No, we want to take the time to be focusing on, okay, I'm having a nodal return right now. How can I use that to serve my audience? How can I use that to transform my business? How can I use that to rebrand myself? So the astrology is going to be in place, but it's not for basic astrology. We will give you the tools to understand the basic astrology, and also you can use ChatGPT to do that as well. But the big thing is we want to make sure that we are focusing on your business. I really want the focus to be about your health and about your business. The astrology is going to naturally come in. Just a second. I'm going to put in the chat. Oh my God. Whee! So who's interested in being in the test group? Okay, I'm spamming the link in the chat for y'all. Just click one of the 50 that I just put in there for you. Zoe, I'll see you. Zoe has already signed up. Zoe, I'm so excited to be working with you. I'm so excited to be implementing all of these tools into your business. It's going to make life easier. Thank you for being here. Zoe has already signed up. She just got locked in with us yesterday. Is there a deadline? We start on the 31st. So we need to have a conversation before then. Ro and I need to have a conversation about if we want to work with you also. So there's a 2-part interview. It's us having a conversation about your business, and then we have a conversation about if we want to take that on energetically and then take next steps after that. So it's completely going to be starting on the 31st. How established does your business need to be? That's a very dependent question. It's better if you go through the intake form, and we'll find out if you're ready. What should we have ready for the interview? Everything you need is going to be in the intake form. If you have any questions, you can message us. How do you find the intake form? I just put it in the chat for you just now. It's Christina, it's right below your message. And this will be a 15-minute call just to understand a little bit more about you, about your business, what you actually want to do. Will there be an email sent out? Yeah, we'll shoot one out. It's retrograde, so give me a little time. But yeah. Cool. All right, I'll take some actual questions. Hello. Hyacinth, unmute yourself. Hello. Hello.
Hi.
What's your question?
Oh, I have a question of the thing on it. I'm sorry.
Oh, you don't have a question? Cool. All right. Rochelle, hello.
Hey, how you doing? My question was about ManyChat. You kind of grazed over a little bit, like exactly what is it? I just want to know a little bit more about it.
Oh, for sure. I can show you better than I can tell you. So the purpose of ManyChat is, have you ever seen one of those posts where I say, DM me a word? Any of you? Where I'm like, DM me the word test group, or DM me the word astrology, or DM me the word business, or DM me the word 10K. Perfect. So what ManyChat does, it's almost like an AI, but you set it up, it's an automated message response system, and you make a really good video or you make a really good post, and then you tell people what word to type to you, or if you have like an ebook, or if you have a service, or you have a product, ManyChat will respond for you. Or if someone comments a certain word, if you're doing a giveaway, anything really on Instagram, ManyChat will do the automated response for you. Yeah. So it's a really great tool to utilize, especially when you have a larger following and you can't talk to 100 people or 200 or 300 people in one night. It will do all that work for you, which is really great as a business owner. How many of you would benefit from having a tool that responded to your customers for you? That's what ManyChat is for. And we will be showing you how to set it up to work for yourself for 2023. Cool. Who else has a question? Just raise your hand on the thing. Anika, what's up?
Can you hear me? Sorry, I'm kind of sick. I'm losing my voice. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So for the sorry, for the wait, is it still okay to ask a question about the test group thing, or is it too late?
No, go ahead.
Okay. So for the test group, if we like get everything together by the time, which I mean, I know I would be able to, and then see like if you guys take me through the interview or whatever. Like if we get to the interview with you, would we be able to kind of understand more like what exactly like the test group like entails?
Everything that we talked about today is exactly what it entails. So
Okay, sorry.
everything we said today, we're going to go through longer and more in depth so that you
Okay.
don't, because if you didn't pay attention to any, if you missed any of today, there's
Oh
something
no,
that
I was
you
paying
missed.
attention.
Oh, hold on. There's just every single step of today is very important for you to hit that like first sale.
Yeah. And if we don't
Everything
have
that, one sec. So everything that we cover specifically is going to be you understanding your body. We're going to get your phone together.
Mhm.
Then we're going to get your business together, make sure that you're actually able to receive payments. You're actually having a product or a service that you can actually sell. Because if you don't have a product or a service that you can sell, everything comes and falls apart. It will fall
Okay.
apart.
So then,
And then we go through, one sec, almost done. And then we
sorry.
will go through and make sure that you have the systems in place so that you can support your business with the other tools so that when you are experiencing different things with life as a business owner, you're actually able to keep running your business.
Okay, so
Does that clarify everything for you?
I think it clarified that I asked the wrong question.
Oh, sure. Okay.
Sorry. I think what I should have said was, or what I meant to say, what I said the wrong way, was if essentially like do we have to have like our business model or like thing like already kind of like created, or can it be like a couple of ideas that we have that we're like wanting to implement as a business?
Yeah. So we're going to help you identify what that is for you. But ultimately, we're only going to be able to help you run one business at a time.
Gotcha.
So
Okay.
we can't do 2 or 3 different businesses at one time. We can only focus on just one.
Okay.
And then as we focus on that one, we're just going to really get really clear on what problem are you solving so that we can make sure that your content aligns with that problem that you're solving, your body aligns with that problem that you're solving, your business aligns with that product that you're solving, your service aligns with it, so that when you're selling it or when you're talking about it, it makes sense to you and everyone else.
Okay. All right. Awesome. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, of course. Oh, that's what's up.
Hi, so I know you guys we're talking about the structures and joining your course, but I heard you mention that if you don't know the basic of your astrology, then you should start there. So my question is more about starting there. Do you have anybody that you recommend for me to watch to get the scoop on all of my astrology before joining your course?
I would just use ChatGPT. Astrology, this is just me being candid. Astrology is not hard. It just takes a lot of study.
Okay.
You can go to ChatGPT and ask, what does my moon conjunct my Venus mean? And it will tell you.
Okay.
Astrology is not hard. When I say you need to know the basics of your chart, if that's what you're coming to us for, then I would just have you go and do that with the free ChatGPT or the mentorship program. We're here to, if you have a Sagittarius placement and it's Aquarius season, how do I integrate that into my business? That's the kind of question we want to help you with,
Okay.
because it's going to help you make money.
Alrighty. So I have an Aquarius sun coming into this Pluto in Aquarius.
Mm.
So those, I understand. I think it's something that I should make a decision on. That's a difficult thing for me, making a decision.
If that's where you're at, making decisions, the best way to make decisions, if you are struggling to make decisions, is to remove all of the options that you know for a fact you won't do. And also, I would highly recommend you go to ChatGPT and type in this exact sentence. What does Pluto transiting my sun in the, and then type the house, mean? And it will give you tons of answers. The biggest one that's the most important, though, is Pluto represents power and money. Your sun represents your soul, your ego. It's really time for you to step into your power. If you're struggling to make decisions, you need to practice making decisions.
Okay. It can be a bit scary. I have so many thoughts. I overthink.
Are you overthinking or underdoing?
Underdoing.
Let's go with that one. So start taking action on things that you actually want to do. And if you're afraid of failure, that's the real problem. If you're afraid of looking stupid, that's what's actually slowing you down.
Okay.
When I first started astrology, all my homies made fun of me. All my friends didn't engage with my content. The people who've been following me for 2 years watched me actually go from nothing. I was homeless at the beginning of this journey, and I wasn't afraid to look stupid. That's what the real issue.
Okay. Well, I've been upfront on my personal page, because I have two separate. I have my business and my personal. I've been upfront with, my decisions that I've made. And now that I'm back at my mom's and I'm like, I'm going to do whatever it takes to, get back to my own space. And I'm doing the journaling and I'm talking to my therapist. I'm doing those things on that end. And I've let the world know that, hey, I'm back at my mom from being in love with some man. So I'm not, there's another fear and I want to identify that. But even if I don't identify what that fear is, I'm ready to keep going. I'm posting more of them on my business page. It's just sometimes I don't have the consistency in the posting. And then there's being upset about where I am. Sometimes that still that catches up with me sometimes. And I'm just like, it's okay. But it takes me a whole day to recharge from being like, you're not where you want to be, and that's why you're upset. And then I talk to myself off and on all day. So, but what does Pluto transition in these houses mean? Remove all the options that I wouldn't do. Chat GPT, and then
Chat GPT.
Well, I thank you for answering my questions, and eventually a good part of me will get out of my own way.
I am excited for you.
Thank you.
100%. Cool. Does anyone else need the link to meet with us? I see a couple of people have questions. Becca, just use it, ChatGPT on your browser. I want to use the app. Keep the questions coming. Oh, oops. Yes, 1 second, Moon. Okay. Hello,
Hi,
how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
Well, thank you.
Thanks for the workshop and stuff. I learned so much. Can I ask you a personal question about my natal chart? But it seems like no astrologer can give me a real or good answer about it.
Before you ask, what's a good answer?
They don't seem to get it right.
I feel like I'm up against my competition. Let's do it.
Okay, so I have my first and second house in Gemini, and
Are you
my
using whole sign or Placidus before we start this?
Placidus, and I have
Mhm.
my second house is in 29 degrees. What do you think that I should master in that? How do you say it? What does that mean? The
29
internet gives
degree,
me different
29 degree. Let me write this down to make sure.
so what career should I pursue with my Gemini rising in second and first and second house, 29 degree? That's my question.
Okay.
And I'm gonna write with you, so
You said 29 degree, what?
yeah. And also I think my 8th or 7th house, I think my 8th house in Sagittarius in 29 degrees as well.
You're moving way too fast.
Sorry, Gemini rising.
29 degree, what?
Yeah, that's my second house is in 29 degrees.
What zodiac sign?
Gemini rising and Gemini. I have a first and second house Gemini.
Okay. And you're asking about career?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're never going to be satisfied with an answer. That's the first thing.
Okay.
Gemini is the zodiac sign that studies anything and everything. So no astrologer can give you an answer because you study what you care about.
Okay.
And you'll only do work that is passionate to you. So no real person can give you an answer besides yourself.
Okay.
To answer your question more deeply though, 29 degree ascendant, Gemini, the main thing you should be doing is what I was speaking on earlier. What are you obsessed about? Whatever you're obsessed about is your career. No one can give you this answer. It's impossible.
I understand.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. So,
Yeah.
so forgive those people. They tried to help you.
Yeah,
Okay?
I know.
You need to sit with yourself, which you've already done, I'm sure, thousands of times, and ask yourself, what do you want to do? What do you keep going back to is what you need to teach. Whatever people compliment you on, whatever people say, oh my God, you helped me with this on, is what you can turn into a business if you want to. It's a choice though.
Okay.
So the primary thing is Gemini is the sign of communication, of thoughts, and adaptability, and being able to be flexible. So at the end of the day, you're going to end up either studying or teaching. You're probably both. But Gemini specialize in words. They love fashion. So writing, it could be writing articles, it could be writing music, it could be anything. It just really, you need to pick. Like no one can choose. Also, you don't need to do one thing. Don't ever try to trap yourself into a box. If you want to be a DJ, a stylist, and you want to make cornbread for luxury cornbread for dogs, do all three.
But thanks for clarifying that. I'm really
But just
thankful
make
that
sure, yeah, but make sure that those three things are the three things that you love, so that you don't have to give up or trade doing other things for them.
Okay, how can I make it work? Like if I don't know how much time I have for questions. Can I ask like one more question or give more deeper insight?
I have one more thing for you.
Okay.
Before you go in, you really need to focus on, are you focused? Are you right now at the point trying to figure out freedom? Are you trying to deal with the freedoms that we talked about? Or are you still trying to figure out, what are you trying to figure out? Like, be vulnerable with me. Like, what is the real question? Because you're asking me a very surface level question right now.
Yeah, then my real question would be, how to make my life useful in a way that I can achieve everything that I want combined, is what you said, because I'm a graduate at fashion and music. And now I'm trying to combine my life in that and get myself out there. So I started a YouTube channel, I think a week ago, where I started posting like content on it. But
About a week ago.
I want to do like music and astrology, but it's two different two different YouTube channels. So where should I focus on and how should I go about it?
I recommend using whatever you have the most strength in or get the most attention for, to do that first.
Okay.
So for example, when I first got on TikTok, my very first few hundred videos were me rapping, and I was able to get to 2,000 followers. I was rapping about astrology. I was rapping about zodiac sign. I was doing tarot cards. I got to 2K. I made one video about how the sun, moon, and rising means nothing compared to your north node, Chiron, and midheaven. I know someone's going to ask me later, so write this down. North node, Chiron, and midheaven are the most important things in your chart if you want to figure out your life's purpose, how to heal, and how to succeed. North node, midheaven, Chiron. ChatGPT will tell you what it means, I promise. Once I made that video, I got 14,000 followers. Instead of me continuing on with my music the way I had been, that got me 2,000 followers, and it took me about a year, 2,000 followers, 1 year. I made one post, and overnight I got 14,000 followers. So I ran with this one. That's how I have over 500,000 followers now. It's because I ran with the thing that worked. Makes sense?
Yes, it does.
Choose the thing that works. Why would you choose the other thing?
Okay.
Second part, once you choose the thing that works, the thing that's strong, then bring that thing that you were working on in the beginning back in. So even though now I have all these followers for astrology, I also have a fan base for my music. Do you see what we're doing here?
Yes, and that's what I want to create. That's exactly what I was asking. Like, yes, this is
Well,
it.
then focus on which flower grows faster. If the bamboo is going to take 15 years to grow, let it grow slow. If the sunflower is going to take a few weeks, focus on the sunflower because it needs more attention now.
Yeah.
Put your priorities on the things that are growing. Is this making sense to everybody? Cool. Do the thing that serves people because those same people are going to come back and support whatever you do.
Yeah.
You're thinking so much that you're not looking at what's happening.
Yes. And also I'm a little bit like ashamed or so because people always shame me for stuff. And now I'm just like, fuck y'all, I'm just going. And a lot of
Let's do
people like
this.
really took distance
Hey,
from
okay,
me.
hold on. We got you. Everyone, please let her know that we accept her. She's a Gemini rising, so she's a little crazy, but that's okay. We love you. Everyone, say we love you. You're crazy and we love you. Be
I don't know how to
yourself.
feel about this.
We want to see you win. Okay, everyone, unmute yourself and say you're gonna win.
You're gonna win.
You're gonna
You're gonna
win,
win.
queen.
You're
That's
gonna
it.
win.
You're already winning.
You're already winning. You've already won.
Thanks, return sender.
You're in competition with yourself. I would ask you to collaborate with yourself. If one piece of you wants to do this and the other piece of you wants to do that, who's the smarter one? Which one has the most experience? Which one has the most wisdom? I rely on my business mind when I'm doing other things, not because I want to, but because I have more experience in that area. I've been selling. The first thing I ever sold was a RuneScape account. I sold it to this kid. I was 13. I sold this 19-year-old kid a video game account for $400.
Damn, that's a
And
lot
my
of money.
mom, my mom went into my Wells Fargo bank account and she's like, how did you get $400? And I was like, I know what I'm doing. Like, I know how to make things happen. What are you talking about?
I manifested this.
Yeah, I manifested it. Yeah, literally. So whatever you are good at, you'll see in your childhood, just use that to build what you're trying to build.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was the most useful advice I ever gotten. So thank you a lot.
I'm grateful. I have a Gemini South node, so I'm always down to support Gemini placements. Always. Y'all are the bee's knees. Appreciate you.
Yes, thank you so much for everything.
Of course. Cool. Madison, what's popping? Yeah, that was a great question. The biggest thing, y'all, please just pick one thing. I'm not saying stop all the other things, but just choose the thing that's working, because then it's easier to build. If you're trying to build something that's not working, it's really hard to build. Yeah. So do the things that work so that you can get what you want ultimately. And so you can actually work with the people that you want to work with. That's the other side.
But is it so that the YouTube algorithm works the same for musicians as it does for like content creators that make videos? Because musicians tend to make music like once a month and push it out there, and then does it have the same effect?
So when you're doing music, the difference is you need to make, in the beginning, you need to either be an underground artist and build your fan base that way, or you need to get really good at making music that is relevant. And if you're not good at one of those two, you're gonna have to find a unique way in. So You either need to make your content really good or tight or clean, or you need to run ads. Those are the only real 4 ways that people become successful with music. My way is organic. I plan to just leverage my following for my music. Right now, you need to focus in on your fans. And if you want to brand yourself, you should. If you want people to know your music, that's what you should focus on. But again, you need to be very clear and intentional about, am I starting a YouTube channel talking about this? Okay, well then your music's gonna have to wait. If you're gonna start with your music, then all that other stuff's gonna have to wait. A lot of musicians, they do the music first and get the money later. And then 95% of them never get the money because they don't know business.
Yeah.
Bless you.
Bless you.
Thank you. But yeah, you need to, this is why you should sign up with me in Row. I can go into so many layers of this. This is like a 3-hour conversation, honestly, because you aren't clear yet on what you're serving. The moment you become clear on what you're serving, you'll have the answers that you're looking for.
Okay.
All right. Madison, what's popping?
Hi guys. I have a couple of questions. First is, out of curiosity, what type of chart are you using when you're all referencing your personal natal charts? Are you using tropical or Vedic or sidereal? What is it that you use?
Like me or everyone?
I guess I'm talking to you personally right now, but I'm curious because everyone's like, oh, me too. And then in my mind, I'm like, you guys might all be Pisces, but you might be all be using different charts. So I'm just curious what you guys use.
Yeah, I'm curious. I think most of my audience uses tropical. Because I make tropical content. I study sidereal more because tropical is very easy to me. I had a lot of teachers teach me tropical, so that's why I made my learning curve like this. But
for sure,
I highly recommend that you study, and if you stick around long enough, I highly recommend you just study all of them, because the more charts you get in front of your face, the faster you will learn, the faster you'll be able to understand your charts. And when you do start doing like sidereal, you'll be able to, there's something called divisional charts that are really important. Divisional charts are important because they help you break down different layers of your own life. And if you don't know every single zodiac sign and the meaning behind each zodiac sign in tropical, are you using tropical?
I started tropical like 10 years ago. I moved to sidereal and now I use Vedic.
Are you in the divisional charts already?
Am I in what? Divisional? No.
Okay, so the divisional charts are so the more you get into divisional charts, there's a chart for each part of your life, versus in tropical and sidereal, it just goes by house. But as we go deeper into Vedic, we'll have because it goes through the different levels of Dharma.
Yes.
And the more you understand your Dharma, the more you understand your karma. And then you're able to transmute more quickly. So that's what I've been using is I use planetary days, planetary hours. I'm using the divisional charts. I'm using elemental magic. I'm using cosmology, excuse me, together. So because you've already done the hard part, now I would start looking at like your D9 chart, your D60 chart.
What are the D9 and D6 that you're referring to?
So these are the divisional charts. I would just look up divisional charts, period, and start studying these charts for yourself.
Yeah.
Because then you can start, that's when you can really start doing magic. Like it's much, much faster.
If I may, for everybody who is still here that needs a reminder of legitimate cosmic magic, one thing that I found out over a year ago was someone who's like, "You're not an Aries, you're a Pisces, you're way too spiritual." And I was like, "Shit, you're right." And it was in my mind for a year. Like that was my obsession. It became astrology without wanting to study astrology. So going into that, a few weeks ago, I kept telling myself, in my next life, I want to be a Pisces sun. And I don't know, either a Virgo or a Sag moon. I don't know. I couldn't tell. The next day I heard about Vedic astrology. I typed in my shit and it said I was a Pisces sun, Sagittarius moon, Capricorn. It completely changed my fucking chart. And I was like, all right, we're here to play.
Yeah.
And we are the manifestors of our lives. So for everybody who is here, whether they care about astrology or they're here for their business, like a reminder that manifestation's real, universe listens. And if for whatever reason in this one human life, not everything works the way you truly desire, I promise you, we have more. So just enjoy it the most you can,
Yeah.
and just enjoy your life and don't stress too much.
Big
Even though
facts.
I need to practice that too, but it's all good, you guys.
You're
It's always gonna be
preaching.
good.
Let her cook. You cook. That's true. This is exactly, you just said it better. This is why I just say study it all, because like you're really everything. Like
Yeah.
if you really want to
Okay, now I'm
enjoy
getting
it.
bashful. That was my Sag moon when I get comfy and I just start preaching, but now I'm getting kind of shy. So
I'm a
I'm
Sag
gonna
moon.
let the
Go
next
in.
person
Cook. Oh.
go. Thank you guys. Thank you
I
for the help. I'll
appreciate
look
it.
into divisional charts. Thanks.
Do you know what degree your moon's at actually before you go?
Um, no, I don't.
Okay.
Where would I see that?
So when you look at your Vedic chart, look at the degree of your moon. Like for example, mine's 5 degrees Sagittarius moon, which is Mula moon. The nakshatra that your the nakshatra under your moon sign is going to help you understand better what to preach. So like I'm a Mula moon. I help people get to the root of their soul. So
Oh,
like on the outside, it looks like I'm doing business, but like really I'm tapping into like what the root issue is. Like, oh, you're not selling because of this wound. Okay.
mm.
I know how to navigate that. So
So
when you get to the nakshatra, I would go to astroseek.com.
okay, this is really wild because I just used the same chart I used before that changed me to a Pisces Sag, and now it's saying I'm a Pisces Aries. So things are getting fucking weird, but
Either way, nakshatras are gonna give you the dharma and the karma understanding of your soul's like journey.
what is the website that you just recommended?
I would go to your search bar and type in astroseek.com :space Vedic astrology, Vedic, and then enter, and then it'll bring you to the link to optimize your search.
Okay.
I used to work for like hella tech companies, so I'm like, I hate
Is
being on
it
the computer.
horoscopes.astroseek?
Yeah, but make sure it's the Vedic part of the website so you don't get
Okay,
the tropical.
nakshatra
Correct.
calculator. Okay.
Yes.
If you want to ask or go to somebody else while I do this, so I don't take
You go.
everybody's time.
Appreciate you. Leanne, what's popping?
Hello. Hold on, let me turn on my videos. It's a little personal.
Did
Can
you
you
get
see
signed up,
me?
Leanne?
I did. But it shifted me out before I can finish answering the questions. It was like, you did it. I was like, oh, so I don't know what glitch happened there. So please don't think I'm illiterate. I didn't finish my sentences. I apologize. But we can probably discuss more in whatever 15-minute preview.
Cool.
So I have so many questions, so I'm trying to figure out the one I want to ask, but I think you actually touched on it a bit. So I'm a Libra with a Sag moon and a Sag rising, but I don't know. I wrote it down. Hold on. I just want to use my chart to be able to engage with like my social media audience more. And I'm not sure where I'm missing the niche because essentially I work in production. I've been in production for about 10 years, but I also do my own personal productions and editing as well. So I want to be able to build a community that I can outsource to. However, I need to be able to grab that community. So whenever I post a video, the engagement's always like great, but it's not high. So if get 400 views, 115 people will like it and 25 people will comment. So it's like 1/4 of the way, you know, kind of engagement, but it's not high. It's kind of hit or miss.
Right.
So my
Do you have your chart in front of you?
I do.
Fire. So when I was having my issue, I'm gonna tell y'all a secret. The 30 of you who are in here about to get a real treat. And this is just a taste of like what I actually know. When you're trying to get engagement on your content, this is the trick. Cause I used to struggle with getting engagement for like 4 years. And I've broken down over this before, like high key, like I'm gonna be very vulnerable right now.
Yeah.
You need to look at your 10th house. Your 10th house is your public persona. It's the highest part of your chart. Your 10th house is how people perceive you.
Okay.
If you want to get engagement to you, if you want people to be like, oh, who is that person? Like, I want to talk to you publicly, 10th house. And if you're Sag rising, yours is Virgo. Should be.
Okay. I think it is Virgo is the 10th. Yeah.
So you want to look on the inner circle. The inner circle will show the houses. It'll say 1 through 12. And then you look at where it says 10, and then you go up and look at the zodiac sign.
I have the whole houses and I go through the Placidius, so I go back and forth because I'm not sure which one is honestly the most, I guess, accurate, you can say.
They're both super accurate. It's all about skill level.
Oh. So
it's all about skill level, purpose, and objective. But we're looking just at your 10th house, which should be Virgo.
How does Virgo, do I get serious and get organized?
Yes.
Oh God. Okay.
Exactly. When you have, if you want to double, triple, 10 times your engagement as a Sag rising, you need to give people practical steps, and then you need to tell them to engage with your content as you give them the steps. So I have an earth sign 10th house. Mine's Capricorn, yours is Virgo. They work the same, but different. When it's an earth sign, you need to be practical. If it's a fire sign, you need to inspire. If it's a water sign, you need to express yourself. If it's an air sign, you need to communicate. When it's an earth sign, the way I do it as a Capricorn, which is the same element as Virgo, I will give people practical steps. And as I'm giving them the steps, I'll say, type 111 if you heard me. Do this if you understood what I said. If you like this type of content, make sure to save it. You have to tell people while you're giving them this engaging content what to do.
Okay. That
as
makes
a
sense.
Virgo, to go deeper with that, Virgo needs to serve and Virgo needs to give. So the more you give, the more you get. So I've noticed with a lot of Sag risings that I've worked with, speaking videos need to be like really nice hook. And people like when you criticize. So I would actually start your video. Yeah, people like when you criticize. So the best thing to do is to start your video with it's a video structure. It's called starting with a negative. So there's 2 videos that do the same thing. One is, here's how to make $1 million in a year. And then here's why you're not making $1 million a year.
Okay.
You want to do this one because Virgos are going to tell you, oh, you missed this, 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 and this. And people are going to pay attention because they're like, where did I mess up? The Virgo that I see in your 10th house is going to tell me.
Okay.
So
I
you need to
see.
criticize, scrutinize, dissect, pick things apart in the beginning, and then give your value in the middle. And then I don't recommend doing call to actions in every single video. I recommend them like 50% of the time. So like sometimes just say something and then next time
Mhm.
just like say, okay, if you keep making this mistake, make sure to follow so you stop.
Okay. That's why I
Yeah,
never do call to actions. I'm scared to come off as like cringy. So I was like,
it's
well,
cringy.
maybe if
It's
people like it, they'll just
embrace the
organically do
cringe.
it. Okay.
Embrace the cringe. The cringe is so necessary.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
That was really helpful. And then
yeah,
just to go off of what you were saying about the degree of the Sag moon, mine's is 29 degrees.
same. Mine's 29 degrees in tropical.
Oh, so I'm sorry. I thought yours was a bit different than mine. So like what was the name that you said it was? What does that
So,
mean?
so in tropical astrology, is that what you're talking about?
Well, you were telling before, I'm so sorry, her name just escaped me.
Madison.
Madison, I think she
Yeah,
said she was 5 degrees.
yeah. Madison's a 5
What?
degree Sag moon
Oh,
in
okay.
Vedic, right?
I
Or
I
no,
looked,
maybe she was wrong. Uh-huh.
yeah, so I'm back on, I went to that website that you had told me about,
Yeah.
the AstroSeek, and I'm on my Vedic chart. It says I'm a Pisces sun at a 24 degree and an Aries moon at a 6 degree.
All
Oh,
right.
you're
Never mind.
Aries.
Yeah, it
Okay.
changed for me again.
Sorry. Well, I was
Yeah.
just trying to say, if do I approach things differently in my Sag moon 29th degree than someone else in a different degree? I've never actually heard anyone mention that before. So that was what I
Oh
was
yeah.
curious about.
So yeah. So one of the things, and this is in the mentorship program, for those of you who are in it, degree theory is very important because you can understand the zodiac, the house, and the
Mhm.
conjunctions, but once you start getting into the degrees, this changes things a lot. 29 degrees, even as the fame degree, the best thing you can do, I have this too. People, I don't like doing this, but people like when we are just brutally honest and a little bit rude.
I know. And I'm like, why do you guys like that? Especially as a Libra sun, it's so weird and uncomfortable.
It is, but it allows people to say what they wouldn't have said.
Okay.
It allows people like, there's something, I read this book, Sagittarius people, the reason why people like and don't like Sagittarius placements is because they're very abundant. They're very big, like
Yeah.
personalities,
Big Jupiter energy.
right? So people get scared around those type of people. And if you're that person and you want to make friends, you don't want to scare people off.
Yeah.
But if you don't scare the people off that are not meant for you, you can never bring in the people that are meant for you.
Mm,
So you need to scare off the wrong people so that the
okay.
right people who do fuck with you will come towards you.
You're right. You're very right.
Like I said,
Okay.
the first 7 years of my social media journey was me scaring people off. It wasn't until the last 2 that I started bringing people in because I didn't give up.
Mm, okay.
And this is the same thing for all fire sign moons, Aries, Leo, and Sag moons. When you have a fire sign moon, your internal world is very like inspirational. And some people, aren't trying to be inspired.
Some people are just not ready to step into that space, and that's what scares them
No.
away.
Yeah, they're like, I'm trying to be sad right now.
Yeah, or like, I'm trying to relax. I don't need wisdom right now.
Yeah, I don't need rah right now. I need to cry.
My
So-
girlfriend is a water moon, so I understand that.
Yes. I usually get along really well with air sign moons and earth sign moons and fire moons because, and the other thing is, try not to give unsolicited advice. Like sometimes when people ask for things, I will just listen and say nothing. And that has more of an impact because sometimes a Sag knows what to say, but when you don't say it, you can allow people to solve things themselves, which is the real gift.
Okay.
To hold space. Because you're so big, holding space is more important. Especially as a Sag rising, you take up a lot of space energetically.
I do. Even if I'm not talking, people are like side-eyeing me and I'm like, I'm not even talking.
Yeah, Ro has it. I'm always like, but I'm so used to the energy, so I love it. It makes sense. So scare off the people who don't resonate with you, but keep sharing to the people who do, and again, get really clear on what problem are you solving. I could be another astrologer and just tell you, oh, the moon's here and this is that, da da da. But no, I'm trying to help you make money. I'm trying to have you travel. I'm trying to have you have more time.
Jesus, exactly. That's the goal.
Yeah. So that's what we utilize. That's how we utilize is what you already know into how to help people in a unique way. As a 29-degree moon, you can reinvent any industry.
I find that when I change and I often move around in my industry because I started on the non-corporate side, but now I'm on the corporate side. And either way, I just always am like flowing and changing. And some people love it, some people hate it. It's just what it is. Okay. Thank you.
You're doing
much.
great.
That was very
I'm excited to
helpful.
talk to you tomorrow. Yeah.
Okay. Awesome.
Bye.
Thank you.
Of course. Tonya?
Tanja.
Tanya? Apologies. Thank you. How are you?
Oh, I'm good. How are you?
I'm great. Thank you. I love your glasses.
Thank you. I try to be different.
Let's go.
So I have a plan to tell you my chart, right? I was like, okay, I'm on astro charts. I know what I am. I can tell you everything. And then when you said, look at the tropical chart, now I'm kind of like shaking up a little bit because I'm like, oh, this is different. And this is definitely not what I thought. So I went from being a Capricorn to a Sagittarius, and I don't get along with them as an earth sign. So I'm like, what am I? Now I'm having an identity crisis. It's cool though. It's fine. It's good. This is a healing process, right?
It is.
But my question is, I noticed on that one TikTok video that you posted, hence why I'm here today, to where Aquarius falls in our houses is how we should move forward in our business.
Yeah.
And
online business.
On my online business, right. So I was a little confused because I've been looking up the last few days, like what my Aquarius falls, like in just my normal chart, like where it falls, and it's in my first house. So the information was pretty much, I'm taking it as I should just be myself, but I'm like, 100%. I don't know how to approach it. Yeah.
When you have an Aquarius rising, you can build a whole cult off your personality.
Okay. That makes sense.
Yeah. What's the dude's name? I think it's the band One Direction or whatever. What's the dude with the butterfly tattoo on his chest? What's bro's name? Huh?
Harry Styles.
Yeah, Harry Styles. Harry Styles is an Aquarius. Yeah. Man has a cult. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's an Aquarius. Aquarius people, Aquarius placements the reason why they're able to create cults so quickly is because of their uniqueness and their ability to share anyways.
Okay.
So when you are uncomfortable or comfortable or special or normal, and you combine all four of those elements together, people will relate to you. And because they don't relate to you, they will look for reasons to relate to you. And this is what helps you grow your following. The other thing is the first house is not just your personality. When we're doing astrology, the first house means 10 different things.
Okay.
Okay. Every house has 10 different meanings, and we need to go through all of them to understand how to use the house. Because if you just stop at personality, you're missing out on the other 9 features. Yeah.
Okay.
So what else does the first house mean? Everyone type it in the chat. Tanya.
Yeah.
Tell me something else. What else does the first house mean? Majesty says self. So we got personality, self, that's 2 out of 10. You can use the internet. This is like an open notes quiz, by the way.
Notes quiz, Lord. Okay.
Appearances. You can use appearances. Anytime you begin something. What else? Strategy to life, first impressions, attitude. People will follow you for your attitude. People will follow you for your first impression. People will follow you for your strategy to life. The way that you think, I promise you, 1 million to 2 million other people on earth who would agree.
Okay.
You just need to talk to those people by posting content.
Okay.
If you don't talk to those people, you never get that connection. And the thing is, you cannot walk outside and meet 1,000 people at once, but you can post a TikTok and get 1,000 views, and you just accidentally met 1,000 people. Accidentally on purpose.
Right, accidentally on purpose, right.
Right. Imagine last year, I went to, where was I? I was in Dubai, and someone recognized me. I was like, what? I've lived in Minnesota, which is North America, a very cold spot. It's probably one of the coldest places on earth. And someone's like, are you Sunny? And I'm like, that's crazy.
That's wild.
Because of TikTok.
Okay.
Because I posted 4 to 6 times a day for over 500 days. No breaks. I'm just kidding. I took hella breaks, but 4 to 6, I think I clocked about 8,000 videos last year.
Wow.
There were some days where I would make like 4 if I was like feeling like, what is it called? Manic. Sometimes when I feel manic, I just make like 12. I'm like, well, the internet's still on. Let's keep going.
Right.
I have some other stuff to say, so I keep making videos because I'm in my apartment by myself, you know? But yeah, the more you make art, the more people will resonate with you. And like, I've made so many bad videos. I want like to share this with everyone. I've made so many bad videos. Y'all have probably only seen like the good ones. I've made quadruple bad videos. And those are where my real followers came. Because those people, those are the ride or dies. Because if you watch the bad videos and you didn't unfollow, I know you really like me. On God. I want you all to remember, like, failure is so important. And when you're expressing your personality, yourself, your appearance, new beginnings, first house things, you need to be very comfortable with pushing out boo-boo and the gold, because through the dirt, you're going to find the diamonds. But if you don't give the dirt, we can't find any diamonds. My first year on TikTok, remember? I was doing music and all this, got 2K followers. The moment I decided to come home frustrated and talk about astrology, 14,000 followers. The diamond was after a year. Don't be like me. Don't make that same mistake. I hid the astrology for a year and it completely, if I had started a year earlier, I'd have over 1 million, way more followers. Not that that matters, but like, you see what I'm saying?
Absolutely. Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense. I gotta start that podcast. All right. Thank you. That's confirmed. Thanks.
Yes. And
Makes so much
also, your first 100 anything are gonna suck. Your first 100 videos, your first 100 eggs, your first 100 pancakes, your first 100 anything is gonna suck. I started eating steak last year. It took me like 7 steaks to figure it out. But your first ones will always suck. And if you go into it fine with that, you're good.
Okay.
Now I eat steak like twice a week.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let those beginning ones not be the best so that you can get better. The whole point is to get better.
Cool. That made so much sense. Thank you so much, Sonny. I appreciate it.
Appreciate you. Cool. Who all signed up for the call? We'll be talking to y'all soon. Okay, my tongue doesn't move that well to say your name, so I'm gonna let you say your name.
Hi, is it me?
Yes.
Okay, hey, Francis. My middle name. Simple.
I was about to say Alphonse.
Yeah, no, it's A for my other name, but I thought it's kind of creative. Like I'm just A Francis, like one Francis, one version at least.
I was traumatized after Tanya.
Oh my gosh, this has been amazing. What a beautiful, beautiful, like, and very helpful live. So, okay, I mean, so many questions and I'm already learning so much. My North Node is in Virgo. I'm Aquarius ascendant and Jupiter and Moon Aries, 10 degrees. But my question was, I mean, loads of questions, but my main question is, I'm working with breath and spoken word poetry. And I've been actually getting work with spoken word poetry only recently. And I'm good at it. I love it. And actually, I'm good at the breath thing. It's new as well. And I have this idea of creating both of these things, having workshops. And I found this person that's already doing the breath work and they're getting paid. And I mentioned my idea. So they're like, oh, let's collaborate. Now, my kind of focus right now, talking to you, is how do I approach this? Because I don't even know if I should collaborate with somebody because I feel like I have my own ideas and it's kind of, I'm kind of scared of collaborating. And I'm not sure if it's because I'm scared that I won't get to fully be the one that has the name out for the work I'm doing, or it's because I don't know this person. I don't know. What's your...
Yeah, I think Ro can. I don't collaborate with anybody. I hate people. I think Ro can do this better than I can. Oh, that'd be fine.
I think I have a few questions to ask you in response to your question, if that's okay.
Yes, please.
What's the purpose of collaborating with this person?
This is a good question. The only reason, to be honest, just to maybe get out there and have some support so I'm not alone, maybe. It's a good question. I haven't thought about it really because it's very recently.
Right. I just asked because, especially if this is something that's close to your heart and something that is really like purpose driven, it's something that comes from like the soul, it's very something that came to you intuitively. If you're going to add another person to it, it's important to see like what role or what is the intention of doing this together. I love collaboration. I think it's really good for the community. I think it could be really fun. It can also, I have noticed, enable certain, I don't want to say like self-sabotaging habits, but sometimes if you are too scared to do it alone, you'll end up passing or sharing the torch with somebody. So if you fail, you didn't fail alone. Or if it didn't go the way you thought it would go, well, there's another person that's at fault too. And so, and I'm speaking from like experience of collaborating with people and like, being hesitant myself to do something on my own, and then, all of that. And so my why I ask you what is the purpose, it's because I want to see, is this a soul-based decision or is this an ego-based decision?
Yeah. Good question. Oh my gosh. Okay, so the thing is, like, I don't know. I think I haven't had enough time to process this idea, because it seems like this person, they're like, oh, this is your idea, but it would be really cool to do it. And they were like, but I understand I can be pushy, so please, it's your idea. So this is quite nice, because I collaborated with somebody before, and I felt like I had for making films and stuff, and I felt like, there was that kind of element of, no, it's not exactly as I want it to be, but I'm also working with this other person. And then, I don't know, I'm just considering, at least I'm still learning so much when it comes to astrology as well. And I'm just considering, because I understand if my North Node is in Virgo, I mean, there's something about working with people and trusting people and then being hard by people. So this is like, I'm like, okay, what would be purposeful for me to reach the potential that I have and to actually make a space where people can really be empowered and do my best. So I guess for me, it's important to figure out how it would be doing my best. And I feel like if I were to collaborate with somebody, they have their people, that they have their own following as well. I have my own following, so maybe kind of merging forces. But at the same time, I'm like, wait a minute, but what is my force in its own? I haven't seen that fully. So.
Yeah. And sometimes it takes working with people to feel comfortable enough to see what it feels like to be in your own power. And so I definitely resonate with like your position, because I've been in it multiple times, and I feel like I would start by imagining what it would be like to just do it on your own. And really sit with that feeling, sit with that in your soul, sit within your spirit. Who do you see? Where do you see it going? How do you see yourself like really like almost manifesting it on your own, and see how it feels, and like sit in it, And then when you feel complete with that, kind of like transition into like clear the screen, right? Clear your mind, or like step away from that option and see what it would feel like to share it with a specific person. How are you going to show up? Who do you see coming into your field, or who do you see bringing into the field? And like, honestly, what I'm getting is like, which one excites you more? I would just do the one that excites you the most.
Wow, yeah.
Yeah. That's kind of like, neither might be bad, or neither would, could succeed or whatever, but which one excites you the most? Which one are you most motivated by? Which one empowers you more? Don't like think too much about, oh, what is this going to teach me, or like what kind of lessons do I have to learn in this lifetime? That's like
more lessons. Yeah.
Yeah, that's so like big picture. Let's like bring it down a little. Let's like ground ourselves and just like what is in front of us right now. Yeah.
Oh, beautiful. That's gold. Honestly, wow, amazing. Yeah. It
Yeah.
resonates. And
Yeah,
I
and
also
if you decide one and you liked how it went or you didn't like how you went, you could always do it again differently.
right.
It doesn't end just with this
Right.
one event. You can always do it again. Yeah.
Mm.
How does it feel?
Oh,
Does that
I
kind
love
of
it.
answer your question?
Definitely. I love the intuition vibe to it because I'm very much into meditating. I'm also going in my cycle. I made my first like blood painting yesterday. So I'm like working with this. Yeah. So this makes sense to me to kind of like just let go of all the chatter and also other people's energies and just to ground and go into that.
Yeah, especially since you're on your period right now, just create a space where you can really channel and make a decision after your period if you can. If you can, don't make any decisions right now.
Oh, I can because I'm serious about this. So this is go for it.
Okay. If you feel like super good
Yeah.
about the decision, go ahead. But if you're hesitant and you feel pressured to make a decision, just wait till after your period. But if you feel good, go for it. I'm excited.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Wow.
Okay. Thank you. Any more questions from anybody?
Hi. Can you hear me? I can't hear Sunny.
I'm muted. Okay, hello.
Hi. I don't know where to begin. Like everyone else, I think we have lots of questions. I tried to ask a question not too personal, but it's so hard to not asking because I'm still like confused about my purpose according to astrologies. I mean, I kind of know a little bit through your course. And in the course, you said do research on my North Node, and I have been doing in the last few days, which makes sense about the North Node. So my North Node in Cancer, 6th house, make my South Node in 12th house, Capricorn.
Yeah.
Which makes so much sense. I was like mind blowing, like, oh my God, no wonder. No wonder I feel like I don't have friends because I like to isolate myself.
No, remember one thing. Remember before we go too far. Remember, it took me 7 years to teach you what I'm trying to teach you.
Yeah.
My only goal is for it to not take you 7 years. That's my primary focus.
It was a relief.
So,
Actually, it was a
you're doing
trigger.
great.
Like Robin was teaching today as well. I think I'm on my PMS. And I even paused the video because trying to use my North Node, I paused the video like trying to be vulnerable and showing that I always show myself as so like strong. So I'm leaning toward my Capricorn and I like to isolate myself sometime. And then I complain about nobody likes me. But then I was like, well, I'm not really trying because it's my comfort zone to be isolated. So now it makes so much sense. So now it's my uncomfortable zone, but I am trying to using North Node now. So I'm getting clear about that, but I'm still really not quite get about the Chiron Taurus. My Chiron is in Taurus, 4th house, which is Cancer. It's a lot of Cancer. And then I got, like you mentioned about before, someone else question, to look at the 10th house about how the people perceive, because the last few days I have been reflecting about how people perceive me, how my friends perceive me, and the South Node has made sense. But now you mentioned about the 10th house, and then I was looked up quickly. My 10th house is the moon in Scorpio and Jupiter in Scorpio, and I don't know what that means.
Anytime you have Jupiter, wherever Jupiter is in your chart is where you have abundance. So if you have it in your 10th house, the 10th house represents careers. So it means that you have multiple careers. This is why you're having trouble figuring out which one to do.
Exactly. I'm so
So,
confused. And
so the best way to use it is instead of, and this is what last time we talked, this is what I want you to bring it into yourself. But you can either choose a career or you can become a brand. You can become a lifestyle, someone who teaches people from your own life. And then you don't need to have a career. You can just share with people how you live. Because there are people who will pay you to show them how to change their life. Because that's what Scorpio wants to do, is to transform, to change, help people change. So your attention is focused on what do I need to be. I want you to also think about how do I need to serve, or how do I already serve myself? When you're feeling sad, when you're feeling scared, when you're feeling anxiety, what do you do? That's what you should be teaching people how to do. There are people in this world who, when they need time alone, they run to their friends, they run to the club, they run to the bar, they run to the basketball game, they run to everywhere but in their heart.
yeah.
That's something that you can turn into your business, is doing breath work, doing the yoga, doing the strength training, doing the body work. All of this is your business because that's how you heal yourself. Taurus is luxury.
Yeah.
Remember, Taurus really just is a focus on how do I feel good with myself? How do I please myself? How do I honor my needs? Because Taurus is an earth sign, it's sensual, it's very physical, and it needs consistency. So how do you consistently serve yourself? That's how you also heal other people, or the way that you do it is the way that other people want to be taught.
Yeah. Just a quick question before we finish, because I did create, I was planning to launch I call it a body work through
Yeah,
yoga
perfect.
and fitness.
Mm.
And then, so underneath that, so I said body work through yoga and fitness to heal, align, and transform. And I said that to my friends yesterday, and he said I should not use the word heal or healing.
Does he run a business?
He owning all the different businesses, like he helped people build businesses.
Okay.
And
If he's superior to you in that area, trust him.
No, he just trying to be, he's very earthy, he's very Capricorn and Virgo, and he's very practical. That's why I thought I'll ask him, because I need to be a bit more practical and realistic. And he said he didn't want me to use the word heal, because healing is, he asked me like, what type of healing? What area is your healing? And then I just went out of like, oh my God, now I'm confused. Like,
The reason why he asked you that, and this is what we were talking about a little earlier, this is why you won't ever see me use, if I do ever put healing in any of my things, it's how to heal. And then I explain that I'm going to show you how to do this because I'm trying to solve a problem.
mm-hmm.
So if you're solving the problem of healing, then yes. If that is the answer to the problem, then yes. But then we need to make sure, is that what the people need from you? Or is that what you want to give to the people? Because there's a difference.
Okay. I think what he's trying to help was just like to, he said, because people are going to complain a lot and comment that about the healing and stuff, like in a negative way, if it's not going to heal them.
So yeah, it's a liability thing, because when you say healing, transformation is more powerful to some people than healing. To some people, healing is more powerful than transformation. But when you use a certain word, if you're going to be healing, you're going to attract unhealed people, which, as for you, could mean the work will be hard. I can tell you from experience, anytime I've done a healing class or a course or coaching, when I worked with people that I was helping them heal, they were far more difficult with their spiritual work than the people who I've worked with specifically like money. Because the people who wanted money, they just needed help with structure. The people who need healing, they need to go back into themselves, but then they keep wanting to ask questions, but they need to go back in themselves.
Yeah. But I think the idea that I want to offer this body work through yoga and fitness, because it has helped me in the past, where I just went through a yoga course. Like I have really transformed and healed my perspective and the inner self. And that's why I thought I want to bring that into helping people as well through the body work, through movement.
Yes.
And now I'm scared to use the word healing.
So don't get caught up on that. I would focus on, these are the 6 things I want you to focus on. What problem are you trying to solve is number 1.
Yeah.
What is the answer to the problem? What product or service is going to answer that problem? The next thing to do is research. You need to look at the market. I've seen so many people, for example, I've had so many people come to me and they're like, oh, Sunny, I'm a Reiki practitioner, and I would like to make $10,000 a month. And I was like, you're going to be swimming up a mountain and there's no water on this mountain. The reason why is not because Reiki doesn't have a market, it's that the market is small. The amount of people who even know what Reiki is so small. And the amount of people who would pay for Reiki is even smaller, right? So when you do use that word healing, you cut off immediately a lot of people. Because some people, when they hear the word healing, they're like, oh, I'm not into that spiritual stuff. But if you don't include it, and now you just talk about what you're doing on a surface level, and then you include the healing in, they're going to be like, oh, wow, I've never experienced this before. This is so spiritual. People are great. So what I want you to think about is the market potential. And then also, I need you, as usual, to look at your competition. Who else is doing a body works program? Who else is doing a body healing? Like, even if there's no one doing exactly what you're doing, there's got to be at least 5 people that are doing something close. How are they doing it? What do they call it? What do they name it? We got to do a lot of research, because I don't want you to put your whole heart and soul into this until we know it's going to work. Like I'm very big on, I want to find out if it works before I do it first.
Okay.
Because then you can focus on doing it instead of if it's going to work.
Okay.
And then the last thing is, can you make sure that you're highlighting the problem? If you can make sure that you're highlighting the problem that you're solving, you will have success with this. And this is what we're going to be talking about in the test group more in depth, is how to highlight the problem. For the last 2 weeks, I've been highlighting the problem of business owners for this specific class. This is what helped you sign up. I want people to sign up for your classes, courses, teachings, anything that you have to offer, but we have to get really good at figuring out what people's problems are, because when you know someone's problem, they know that you can help them. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Of course.
Yeah.
Are you cool? I appreciate you, Knock, as always.
I appreciate you so much. I actually just did a few further in your course, and I note everything down of my homework tomorrow that I'll be doing, like
Nice.
create a free content. I was planning, you said, a free content and stuff. So I was thinking about creating a free talk, like consultation, so they can ask me about what is this.
Oh, don't do that. Do a free
Don't do
ebook. No, don't give your time away for free.
Really?
Never.
I thought that should be in service.
No, no, no. The only time you give your time away for free is never. No, use
I thought I
ChatGPT,
should,
write
like,
it.
I was looking at because my cancer in 6th house, I thought, oh, I should be in service, like
No,
help
yeah, you
people.
should, to women.
Okay.
Yes, true. You should, instead of healing, you should focus on women,
Mm-hmm.
because it's much easier to market to women, because women spend the most money. At least that's what they say. I think women secretly have the most money. That's really what it is. I think that's secretly what it is. The
I'm
statistics haven't come
manifesting
out
my
yet.
life. Actually, I'm manifesting my life moving to Houston, so maybe happening soon.
To Houston?
To Houston, yeah.
Beautiful. I mean, you made the last trip happen.
I know, I did. I'm still in Austria. I'm heading back next week.
Nice.
That's why I couldn't be able to do, like, we had our private session, and
Yeah,
I really appreciate
remember.
it,
I
the
remember.
private coach, but I just didn't have time to actually putting something together. I'm traveling a lot the last 3 months. Yeah.
You're good. I'm always here.
Thank you.
Of course. And yeah, I have what's it called? Someone said I have the patience of Job or something. Some dude from the Bible. I was like, I don't read the Bible. What the hell? Don't talk about the Bible. Yeah, no, I'm always here. And you can always DM me. Like, you know that. So
Thank you. Yeah. I'm getting better at creating content. I know,
know.
Like you said, it's a bad content, and sometimes I just feel embarrassed, and now I don't feel embarrassed anymore.
Your content got really good really fast. That was the thing that was concerning to me. Your videos got really good really quickly, and then your account, that thing happened. I remember.
Yeah. Oh, my TikTok, I never had before. I create for the first time, and now I have getting that.
Yeah, I would stick to TikTok this next round.
Yeah.
Cool. It's nice talking to you as usual.
Thank you. Same to you.
Of course. Rochelle was popping.
Hey, quick question. I know you've been doing this all day. I have a question about so my Jupiter, and I'm doing tropical. My Jupiter is in my 11th house, in Aquarius. I am a late degree Pisces rising, so kind of like an Aries rising, kind of really. I'm like 28 degrees Pisces. So
You know what's so funny?
What's up?
Ro and I made this presentation and we only put one slide of astrology.
What?
Because the goal was to avoid astrology today.
Oh shit.
No, you're fine. You're fine. It was really a test. I was really I wanted to see what would happen. And I'm happy. It is what it is.
Oh, okay. But see, mine is quick. So So yeah, so I have a holistic beauty company. Obviously, you know, I got Aries in the first house. So I got
Let's
Mercury there.
go.
I know, right? I got Mercury in there. I got Venus and Mars and Lilith all in Aries in the
Stop
first house.
playing.
I know it's so intense. I have a Taurus North node, so you know, beauty products, and I have a packed 8th house. I'm in a cult, kind of. I'm in a cult and stuff like that. So I have my moon is in
The
my
answer is
8th house.
pre-orders.
Huh?
Pre-orders, limited
Pre-order.
sales. Yeah.
Pre-orders, and then like the internet. So it's like I have the Jupiter in Aquarius, so I'm like, damn, I should be like on TikTok. Obviously, I should be on like Instagram.
You don't need to be. Your product needs to be. You don't need to be.
Okay, got it.
Yeah,
Because
but one sec, I have an idea.
Okay, go ahead.
Pre-orders, and then one of the best ways, like, I've been studying e-commerce for the last like 6 months. I've been like testing with digital products. The best way to sell products online is to do it in a limited time. If you want to make, if you want to make a lot of money selling digital products or physical products, and you don't want your face to necessarily be there, or if you do whatever, the best thing to do is to try to sell as much as you can in a 1 to 3 day range, and then use like 1 or 2 weeks to like promote or like get hype, so that when you do, so that when you do like open the doors, you can sell as much as possible instead of trying to sell for 30 days, because that doesn't work with your cycle anyways.
Oh, okay, got it.
And then you only have to work for like 1 week or 2 weeks out the month, really.
So just push. And then since it's like holistic, I can be like, and it is true. I only make a certain amount of batches of things anyway. So,
right. And then you sell on the batches, and then after 3 months, people will start to get used to it. After 6 months, your audience will be like, okay, the next batch is coming. She sold out last month. I'm not missing it this time.
Got it.
But it's going to take a lot of consistency.
Got it.
And really good timing.
Okay. So just don't show my face. Like I have Mercury in the first house. So I thought like everybody kept telling me like you need to show your face. The Mercury's in the first house. So
you're the one who's hiding. I don't know why.
I don't know why either.
I'm the type of person, I'm not gonna. I used to last year when I was coaching, I used to be like, oh, you can do it. Just da 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 da. I'm not doing that anymore. If that's where you are, stay right there. I'm gonna work with you on where you're at instead of trying to. I'm not gonna be like, oh, you need to get on. No, if you just want to show your hands and you just want to show your product,
I've been showing my hands. People love my fucking hands.
Then that's where we're at. Shit. But also the big thing here is, why aren't you posting? That's not for you to answer. It's a rhetorical question. Why aren't you posting? If your product is so good, why are you keeping it? Why are you thinking so much? I'm an Aries rising.
No. I post it. Everyone loves it. I post it. I'm out on the market. I'm in marketplaces. My products are actually in 3 stores.
Perfect.
Yeah, like nah. I'm pushing. I got Aries. Like I'm on it.
I was gonna say. I was like, my Aries sister in Christ.
No, it's not a game. I'm trying to leverage more. It's really time. I need more time. And so I'm a perfectionist. That's it.
You might need to start outsourcing some pieces.
Right. I need like another assistant or something.
Yeah, I'm in need of an assistant as well. I actually have an appointment that I need to. Anywho, you can finish your question though, please.
Okay, no worries. All right. So I did go viral on TikTok because I did something kind of like occulty. So like I love what you said about like figure out what people like. So I did one about like this, like that book, the 48 Powers of Law, and I went viral on that. And with what's his name? Not Jay-Z, the other one, the Yeezy, whatever, Kanye, right? And then I did another one on astrology. And I did another one on astrology that went good too. So it's like astrology or like anything would do like occulty. So I guess I'll just keep doing that, and then I'll just add my beauty stuff in there somewhere. I'm just gonna see which one they like the best and roll with that, I guess.
You want some advice? Because you didn't ask any questions.
Okay, give me some advice then.
If you're selling, you said you're selling skincare products?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Are you putting your skincare products on your skin while you're doing these videos?
I am. I did that. Yeah, I did my mask. I will put my mask on. Yeah.
You're putting it on while you're
I'm talking.
camera?
Yeah, I have
Perfect.
a blue mask. Yeah. Yeah, it went great. Yeah, we're doing that.
Every video?
Not every video. I have 4 videos doing that.
Out of how many?
30.
So 4 out of 30 times you've shown your product?
Yeah.
So instead, now let's make it 26 out of 30.
Yeah, right. Okay, got it. All right, I got it.
Because I've seen a lot of people, you can sell passively, but you have to have your product in the actual video.
Right, and they can ask about it. Yeah.
Well, they're not gonna ask about it. You're programming them to see it, and then by the time you talk about it, they already know
what it is. Got it.
Because you're wearing it, you're putting it on. And you should even, while you're telling stories, you should be like, hold on, let me put on my product and then keep talking casually.
Yes, I like that tip. Let me put,
You don't need to sell something. If the product's good enough, you literally don't need to sell it. I've been selling since I was like 13 years old. My first job was when I was 14.
Mm-hmm.
Most of the things I sell, I don't sell. Because it's just good.
Okay. See, you got me comfortable now.
Let's go.
All right.
Yeah.
So
you don't need to sell a good product at all.
Right.
It's not necessary.
Right. And so yeah, I'm gonna take your advice. Thank you so much. I really appreciate I guess I really wanted more advice on this since it's like Aquarius sun and like my Aquarius is like activated. I feel like since Jupiter's in there, but you're saying like I shouldn't really, that's like really not a thing. I really shouldn't focus on that.
Right now, the big thing is all the things we said at the beginning, we can help you with, but we need to actually have time with you.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
They're gassing you up. Let's go.
Hair products, they really work.
Of course. Yes. Do you have anything that's I have like dry skin.
Yes, I do. I have a whole apothecary. I have a lot of things for dry skin. Okay. I have this. It's amazing. It's called the best face mask ever. I mean, best face oil ever.
Let's go. Let's go. Perfect.
All right. Thank you so much. You're a blessing. I've been listening to you for 2 years. You're awesome.
That's wild. Thank you. I appreciate you.
All right. Bye, guys.
Gratitude. Thank you, Rochelle. Erna, you have the best name ever. If my name was Erna.
Oh, I'm a little bit sick. Can you hear me?
Yes.
First, I wanted to thank you for this opportunity. This is amazing. Like so many insights. I think I've made 8 pages. Yeah, I think I wrote 8 pages. Yeah.
That's amazing.
So my question may be repetitive because the same as this lady who was doing music and astrology. Yeah, Moon. It's same with me. Like I've been a musician for almost 20 years, and I've gained like fan base, and I'm doing gigs and all. But for last 3 years, I'm like heavily in astrology, like heavily, and I'm a Pisces. My second house is in Scorpio. I have a lot of Pisces and Scorpio in my chart, and I don't know, when I talk to people about astrology, they instantly ask to me, not in social media, but in live conversations. They ask for me if they can get a consultation with me, even though I'm just studying it right now.
Yeah.
So I'm in a bit of a dilemma. I'm really good in music. I know if I continue, I'll be famous and all, but I feel like my purpose is astrology. But I know if I start astrology from zero, I'll be going from zero. So I'm a little bit like confused right now. What should I do? If that makes sense.
Are you on social media?
I am, yeah. And right now I'm a musician there on social media. I don't post stuff about astrology because well, right now people are interested in my music. I haven't made account with astrology yet. So it's like I'm at the very beginning of this.
Are you signed to a label? Or are you independent?
What?
Are you independent or a label?
Independent.
Okay. I don't recommend having multiple pages for things because it's a lot to manage.
Yeah, true.
Unless you are experienced with managing multiple accounts, I don't recommend it. I've run a lot of different before I got on video, I used to run a bunch of meme pages.
That I also have.
So that's how I got really good at posting. But the point is, if people want your insight on astrology, I feel like you can use your music as a sound and give astrology information or talk about astrology or make points about astrology.
Okay.
That's what I do. That's what I do enough. I've been testing because I just started music a few years ago, but I've been doing astrology since I was a boy. So you can use your music to bring your astrology up.
Okay, got it.
You can use your music, like, are you on TikTok?
Yeah, I am. But
Are
not
you
very
on,
popular.
do you use something called soundon.global?
No. How is it
Okay,
called? Sound.
so
Can you pronounce it again? Sound.
yeah, 1 second, I'll show you. So you go to soundon.global and then you log in. And then SoundOn is created by TikTok. So what it does is it lets you have a music tab on it lets you connect your music to TikTok directly for free. So I don't know how what distributor you use, but if you want your music to go straight to Apple, straight to Spotify, straight to all the different platforms and TikTok, you can do it for free through SoundOn. You don't have to change your distribution at all. My point is, you want to have a SoundOn account so that as you use your music on TikTok, which is what I recommend using, you can get paid while your music's playing in the background. You can get royalties and you can still talk about what you care about.
Yeah, that's cool. I don't have my music yet. I have actually my first piece I will be recorded, but before that I've been working with bands. I'm just playing gigs, like endless amount of gigs.
You're
I'm
a
that
real
kind of
artist.
musician. Yeah,
Yeah, we
I'm
need to
jealous.
we yeah, we
Yeah.
need to get you a social presence because there are
Uh-huh.
people around the world who want your music.
Mhm. Yeah,
And
actually, I really
even
want
if
to.
even if it's a demo,
Mm-hmm.
you know SZA?
Yeah.
Yeah, SZA's been making music for like 13 years. All
Oh.
her first music was like demos that she put on SoundCloud. And then
Mm-hmm.
like she made them and then quit. And then people like found them and then they're like, we love this. And then she was like, okay, I'll keep making music. And then she started making music again. So
Actually, yeah.
we need to trap the music in
Uh-huh.
something so that you can make new music. Because if you have 10 songs that you've mastered practicing and 2 of them are hits and you don't have them recorded, you're completely ruining your own business.
Mm-hmm. 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 True. True.
If you have fans that want your music and the only way they can get your music is live, you're not serving them.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So your priority 2023 is to get these songs recorded. I don't care what kind of time you have to make, who you have to do. Like, if you have to like record on a really bad mic, which I doubt you have to because you're playing live, so you have access to the equipment.
Mm-hmm.
We
I'm a
just
sound
need
engineer.
exactly. We just need to get demos. We don't need professional quality because the thing is, when a song goes viral, you can redistribute the song, you can re-upload it. It takes like 2 days, 3 days, a week.
Mm-hmm.
We need to get your songs on the internet so that people can have the opportunity around the world to listen to your music. That is your real thing right now that you need to focus on.
Okay.
The astrology is always going to be there. If people are already attracted to you for it, that's already the case. Like I said before, if you want to be a coach, you can coach in anything that you are passionate about, you're obsessed with, or that you study.
Mm-hmm.
You don't need to be the best astrologer. You don't need to be reading charts for 30 years. You don't need to be, no, you remember that part, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
All you need to
True.
do is be studying.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you're studying, that means that you actually care and that you're willing to go and find the answers, which is what people will pay you for.
Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah.
Perfect.
Makes sense. Thank you.
Of course.
And one quick question. I just discovered that my 10th house is in okay, I knew that, but my 10th house is in Leo. And my second house is in Scorpio. So but actually no, I answered my question myself right now. It's all
Yeah,
good.
I felt that. I felt that
Thank you.
happen.
But thank you so much. This was so insightful. Yeah.
Of
Oh my
course.
God. Thank you.
You're super
Thank you. And I
welcome. The
will
biggest
answer.
thing is be consistent.
Yeah.
When you have a fixed sign in your second house, when you have a fixed sign in your second house, your 10th house, you have fixed signs in all of your pivotal houses. So second house, then 4 spaces is 6th house, which is work,
Mm-hmm.
and then 4 houses, 10th house.
Yeah.
All of those houses, you need to be consistent. If you're not consistent with Scorpio energy, if you're not consistent with Leo energy, if you're not consistent with
Sagittarius.
Aquarius
Okay.
energy, if you're not consistent with Taurus energy, it falls
Mm-hmm.
apart. Luckily,
Okay.
I don't have any fixed signs in my chart, so I don't need to be consistent.
Mm-hmm.
I choose to be consistent.
Mm-hmm.
But if you have Scorpio, Leo, Aquarius, Taurus, the moment you're not consistent, it falls apart.
Mm-hmm. Wow, thank you.
Yeah.
That's a problem which I have to deal with.
We can help you with that. That is something I struggled with consistency my whole life. It's my favorite part.
Yeah, I'm more like a vibe person. Like I feel it, I get in a manic feeling, then I do it like 2 or 3 days straight. Then I'm like, okay, now I'm gonna rest. But that's not consistent. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, that's true.
And every consistency looks different for everyone. Like for me, I used to be focused on, oh, I need to post every day. And then I realized I need to post 4 things a day. It used to be 4 videos, but like I've been in Mexico and I haven't had the best signal to my phone. I haven't been able to post videos the way I want to. So I've had to tweet. I usually just make videos, but this last few weeks I've been tweeting and I'm still getting the same results because I'm consistent with my schedule of posting. How I do it is irrelevant. I'm still being consistent in the idea of it though. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
So
got it.
consistency is something that you have to like really create for yourself and stick to it. Because if you don't keep your promises to yourself, how will someone else trust you to keep promises to them?
Preach. Yes, of course.
And this is what helped me last year. I was able to make more money than I've ever made in my life because I was consistent. I did 150K in sales. The year before that, I did like 28,000, almost 5 times,
Amazing. Yeah.
just because of consistency.
Mhm.
And I know this year will be even better because I know how to be more consistent now.
Yeah, I can't wait to sign up.
Yeah, I would love
Yeah.
to share some techniques because it's just usually a small, tiny change.
Uh-huh.
And if you just do the small, tiny one and you don't try to change your whole life, it works.
That sounds great.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
of course.
Thank you. Thank you.
Emmy,
Hey, how are you?
how are you?
Doing good. Thank you so much for this. This is really amazing. And I love your
Love your ceiling.
videos.
Love your ceiling.
Thanks. This is my little shop in downtown Las Vegas. It's like a small brick and mortar. And so I'll try to keep it short because after listening, it kind of goes back to what Moon brought up with her first house. And then after listening and just looking at my own chart, I've made a lot of notes since then. But I think I find myself struggling because I've always been heavily involved in the community aspect and pop-ups, and I just like making stuff. But then also through my art, it's like one thing for me is like art heals. It's a form of therapy. And I guess in all total honesty, there's all these different things that I believe in that work for me and that I try to share. But I think I'm having a hard time pulling it all together and really figuring out what I'm meant to do with everything. And this is my Saturn return year from March to November, so I just have felt stuck for a while, and I feel like this shift and this change, and so it's a struggle because I have a lot of overhead, and so then you have to rely on marketing your business, getting foot traffic, and so I'm trying to go more online and take my business more online. But I have a hard time doing that, like art that heals and then sharing. I guess it's just a mix of things, and maybe I'm not sharing it the right way, but I feel like it's muddy. Like there's all these things, and how do I pull it together? And like, what am I really meant to do? And I know that I want to help people and also share my creations and kind of help people move through them. And my mom's taught me a lot. She's an astrologer, and she raised me practicing the Tao and body movement and yoga and just more of that spiritual side of things. And so I found, like, for me, ways that I've helped myself. But then it's like, I don't feel worthy to say that I can teach you to do something, or like, how can I, like, I just don't feel worthy. Like, I find myself, even in my shop, like, I give a lot of things away. And what you said earlier about not giving your time for free, and I can run on chaos, and I love making like discoverable experiences for people. I love building art activations. I love doing like these crazy things, but then I feel like I'm limited financially. Like, I'm behind on my bills. I never have more than like $20 in my bank account at a time. And so I'm trying to find a second job to have steady income. But then it's like, okay, then that takes away more of my time. And then I'm working 7 days a week, which I already do for my business. And so it's just coming to this point, like, what am I, like, with all of these things that I want to do, how do I really be like, okay, and move forward?
Yeah. 100%. Yeah, this goes back to, what problem are you solving? Because if you're solving a problem for yourself, like for me, I care about astrology because I wanted to figure myself out. And then I kept going and da 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 da. And then finally someone else was like, oh, can you help me do the same thing? And I was like, sure. And then I didn't realize I was working until I got tired.
Yeah.
And I didn't realize it was a job until someone paid me. And I didn't realize I was getting underpaid until I didn't have enough food to eat and to pay my phone bill. And then I didn't realize that I needed to start a business until I went homeless. Just a series of lessons, right?
Yeah.
You're doing great, by the way. So ultimately, yeah, we just need to restructure things. I would say one of the best ways to, when you're doing online, when you first get started, I really recommend, did you pick any out of those 7 ways I shared? Did any of those resonate with you
Yeah.
on how to hit 10K?
Yeah, it just kind of got my mind flowing on a few things, like e-commerce, sales. But then that's where I feel like I'm bad at sales. Like, I can share things that I'm passionate about and how I've helped myself, but then turning that into a sale. Like, I've had a lot of people come to me and ask me questions, but then it's like, then I feel like an asshole for holding that. And for, if I'm like, oh, well, so I give my knowledge where I can. And I'm not an expert in anything, but I have had people ask me for help with certain things. But then starting a YouTube channel, that sounded like something that's kind of always been on my mind. But then it's like, what kind of content am I creating? And then the Chat GPT sounds amazing. I've never heard of that before. And online marketing too. I mean, they all kind of really resonated and got my mind flowing.
Yeah. So I highly recommend just picking one. Big thing I would say, if I were in your shoes right now today, and I was an artist, I would be looking for people to make art for that have a lot of money. Let me know if this makes sense to you. And everyone that's in here, let me know if this makes sense to you. Would you rather work for a rich person or a poor person?
I guess.
If you had to choose, if you must choose, would you rather, for money, strictly speaking, would you rather work for a person who has money or someone who does not have money?
Someone who has money.
Correct. So in terms of your business, you should be gearing it towards people who have money.
Okay.
Right now, I don't do readings. My readings cost $500. I don't do readings.
Mm-hmm.
But if they did want a reading, if I do open my readings, they're $500, no negotiations. Why? Because I don't like doing readings, because I rather teach someone how to read their chart than to read their chart.
Mm-hmm.
Because long term, it has more of an impact.
Right.
So the people who do want a reading from me, the $500 you're paying me, I can easily help you make 50, 500 if you really implement what I'm saying.
Okay.
Charge more for your stuff so that when you do get a sale, it actually can pay your bills.
Okay.
And the free stuff you should be doing for your community. Why do I post so many videos saying, oh, go look here, or oh, go look at your chart here, or, oh, do this? It's so that people can get to the point where that they can pay me. I'm constantly giving.
Mm.
And the people who can pay for my stuff, it's all expense. I don't even feel like it's expensive because I just know that what I give them, it can be turned into something else. Like you're an artist, you could easily put your art on a piece of clothes and someone could sell that. Someone could sell 1,000 of that piece of clothes and make a lot of money.
Mm.
And they could pay you, whatever, or you could maybe you should just make the clothes. Why? Is because you're solving a problem. What do people buy? They buy clothes because no one wants to be Adam and Eve anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So boom, now if you're making clothes where people want it because it resonates with them, and it's one of the things I've noticed, it's still on track, but the time before last that I was in Minnesota, I bought a vintage shirt at this like vegan pop-up.
Mm.
It was like this orange vintage shirt, and they just like did some like extra designs on it. The shirt was probably like $20 or less. And then the extra stuff they did on it probably took them like an hour. I spent $100 because of the creativity.
Mm.
If the shirt was less money, I probably wouldn't have bought it. I bought it because it was more expensive, because it was like its value.
Right.
So
I have a hard time doing that. Like it's this weird guilt thing. Like I had a painting
guilt.
up. It's weird.
Not, it's not guilt. It's not guilt. It's shame.
Mm.
Also, how do we practice working with our shame? Because shame is something that we can work with.
Mm-hmm.
It's very uncomfortable, but we have to practice. When I first made my prices 500, I was like, who the fuck are you? I was like, who are
That's
you?
how I feel.
No, I literally was like, who the fuck are you? Who do you think you are? And then I left it. I put the price and then I left it. I went to sleep like, you're insane. I literally went to sleep and I was like, you're crazy. It took about 2 months before I actually accepted it. It took about 2 months before I actually accepted my price. Set your price and leave it and step into that uncomfortability.
Okay.
You should feel guilty if you're selling something that's crap.
Mm-hmm.
If you're selling something that took you a lot of time, it took you a lot of effort, skill to learn, and it pays for your resources, it pays for your bills, it gets you to create more art and heal, you're not charging too much.
Okay.
Because if you're charging too little, everything that you built will disappear because you won't be able to pay overhead.
Yeah.
Put your prices. I recommend people double, triple, or quadruple your prices. It's the most uncomfortable thing in the world. But once people see that you're charging more, they will value your work more because you value your work more.
Okay. It's funny, I never really see it that way.
It's so uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm.
Stop doing deals. Stop giving shit away for free unless you actually feel called to. Don't do it out of desperation.
Okay.
Doubling your price will, your self-worth, I promise you, double your price, someone will buy your stuff and you'll take a shower, you'll be like, this is the best shower I've ever taken. I swear to God. I swear to God.
That's amazing.
Double your price because that's what it's actually worth. Because right now you're telling me you have self-worth around your business, which means that you need to double your price and you need to stick to it.
Okay.
I don't care if no one purchases. If people aren't buying enough now, doubling your price will solve that, because the real issue is the value. It's not the product.
Mm-hmm.
I'm, at least now at this point in my life, even when I was homeless actually, and I just had an EBT card, I was operating for like 3 months. I would get $98 a month, which is insane.
Mm.
I would manage $98 for 30 days and be fine.
Mm.
When I was doing that, I was doing readings for $30. I would get 1 or 2 readings a month. So I was managing about $160 a month, which meant that I had to spend around $1 or $2 every day. Or what I would do is I would trade my EBT for cash. The government's not watching, I don't care. So like it was really bad, basically, is what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
The moment I changed my prices from $30 to $99, I got like 3 readings.
Mm.
And I was able to use that money to I didn't get into a place yet. I ended up like sleeping on someone's couch, but I was able to like buy myself clothes to make videos on Instagram, because I knew that if I at least looked clean on camera, people would be more likely to keep buying from me. So I was like, let me invest in my image, because I have Venus in the first house. I was like, you know what? Fuck it, we ball.
Me too.
Perfect. So this is meant for you. I was like, fuck it, we ball. I'm going to invest in my image so that people will think I have more value. And they did. And they believe, I believed in me. I actually got my clothes stolen that same week that I got those 3 readings. So I had to buy new clothes. I had no other option. And it was winter. So I only had like 1 outfit.
Damn.
Yeah. Point is, double, triple, quadruple your prices. Wear your own merch like it's gold. Rock it like it's gold. When you give it to someone, it's gold. If someone pays less than what you actually know that item is worth, you're welcome. Don't tell them thank you. You're welcome. You always want to put yourself in a position, especially if you have low self-worth, you always want to say you're welcome.
Okay.
You always want people saying thank you to you. When you're working on your self-worth, You want the thank yous coming towards you. Last year I made a course. I started selling it for $2,000. During December, January, I gave it away for free. Like 1,500 people signed up. I got so many DMs of people saying thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Me, I'm in a position to say you're welcome. Why? Because I'm the giver. Always position yourself as the giver, especially if you have Venus in the first house. You always want to be in the position of the giver because you have leverage. As a business owner, you need to have leverage. Leverage allows you to be in control. Because if people are saying thank you to you, they're going to go tell their friends or their family or whoever that this person did this thing for me that they didn't have to do. This person's abundant. And now you receive more because of giving. But don't give stuff for free. Don't give away your time. Be a giver because you want to give, not because you have to give or because it's desperation. It's very different energy.
Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Double your prices on everything.
Okay.
If you have stickers, they should be $20. I've bought stickers that were $20. Yes.
No way.
Yes, because I rock with that person. It wasn't about the sticker. It's never about the product. Ever. It's about the energy. It's never about the product. It's never about the service. I just made a joke. Ro and I, we made the presentation. We put one slide about astrology to distract y'all from the astrology. All the Q&A questions have been about astrology.
It's so funny.
Literally. Whenever I post on my own page, I post a selfie, 30 people like it. I post something about the upcoming transits, everyone's like, what does it mean for me? And I'm like, I can't answer all of you.
It's so funny.
Work with the energy. Also, another thing that's really helpful, put yourself in a position, write this one down. Always put yourself in a position where people need you. I don't know what that looks like for you yet.
Okay.
But if you know how to do all this art, there's kids, there's adults, there's people your age that would love to know how to make clothes. That would love to know how to screen print. That would love to know how to do art, love to know how to set up their own things. If you can replicate what you've done and been able to sustain it, you can teach people how to do what you've done. When I started teaching people how to read charts, my $2,000 a month went to $8,000 because more people were interested in actually learning than receiving just the information. And I didn't think about that until I paid this woman $700 a month for 5 months to teach me this. In the grand scheme of things, I paid her too much, but also I paid her not enough.
Right.
Because that lesson stuck with me. That $700 a month kept me accountable to doubling my price, which is that was the first thing she made me do. She was like, you're not charging enough. You have all these followers. Why would you charge less? And even if you don't have a lot of followers, why would you charge less? You should charge more.
Okay.
Because then you only need to focus on one customer or 2 customers a month instead of 500 or 50.
Right.
Makes sense?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd rather you sell $2,000 pieces than try to sell $1, $2,001 things.
Yeah.
It's just, there's way more work associated with the other one. You feel me?
Yeah.
And then when
It's
you're making your content, you know what to do.
okay. That makes sense.
Uncomfortable, but how does it
Yeah.
feel?
It it's like it makes sense, and I agree, and I also, it's funny because I expected that, and earlier today someone kind of told me something similar, based off an event that I have, and that it's not something that I'm charging like a ticket at the door. It's like a discoverable thing in downtown. And so I've had it a few times where it's like, I think at this point, like some type of ticket sale would make sense, but it's like not feeling confident enough to monetize that, worrying that I won't have like the same type of outcome because there's a ticket, or feeling like so that was just like one other snippet of it. So it's just, it came up earlier today, and it's exactly everything you said. It just makes sense, and it's uncomfortable, but it's like believing in myself to put myself in that position. And I just also, with being like face to face in a shop with people or at pop-up shops, I run into this, oh, I have to plug in because I'm on 2%, but I run into a lot of people that want to price haggle, or it's like, oh, how much is that on the wall? Oh, it's 200 or 250. And then the person will be like, would you take 100 or 150? And I'm like, yeah, sure. And then they leave, and then they never even come back and get it. Or even just with like a $10, I just experienced, like, maybe that's where that worth, like that self-worth comes in a lot too, because it's like face to face. A lot of people price haggle and they don't want to pay the price that you have set, or like a vinyl bowl that I made by melting it. Like, people are more worried about, like, they see it on my table and then they'll take pictures of it and they'll be like, oh my God, we can go home and make that. And it's like, yeah, you totally can. But so then it's like, okay, so then I don't want to teach people how to make vinyl bowls. That's just one thing that I made, but it's so hard for people to pull out $25 for a painted bowl, a vinyl bowl. And so it's like, that's where I keep feeling like maybe I'm not doing the right thing. Maybe I'm not in the right place. And it's kind of like all wrapped in one. But like, I'm about to have my first art show. At the end of the month, we're transferring out. So I'm putting my art in a location for February. And so I'm thinking, like, what am I going to charge for these things? Because originally I was going to charge $150 for this big piece, what I'm adding to it. And then another piece was about the same. But I feel like there are pieces that I could put a $2,000 price tag on, and maybe like at least one of them that maybe it would sell for that. Like, so if I'm not there, like in person, I feel like people will take it more seriously. And I feel like I'm not taken seriously. And I feel like I believed in myself enough to leave the corporate life and do my business full time as an artist. And even though it's not always easy, it's like, well, I don't know. Like, I feel like I run into those same cycles. So then you feel like, okay, it's always playing around with it and trying to make that sale. So I've just felt stuck with that for a long time.
I hear you. I'm listening. Yeah, this is stuff that Ro is really good at, like helping you. How about this? Like, Ro's really good at helping with this kind of thing. Like, just imagine you being in a position where you can just make your art and charge the price that you know it's worth, or the price that you know is going to align with all the work you just did.
Mm-hmm.
Is that an outcome that you'd like?
Yeah. I'm going to do it.
What'd you say?
Like you're going to do it, or you're doing it?
You're going to do it or you're doing it?
I'm going to do it.
There's no, tomorrow doesn't exist. The future doesn't exist. It's created right now. So I can't accept that answer. If that's your answer, I just don't have space for it.
Doing it.
I can't hear it. Did anyone hear her? My
I'm
headphones, I
doing
think just,
it.
my headphones are glitching. Yeah, I would change all your, that's what I would do.
Okay.
Do
And like,
it over and over.
yeah, change your prices over and over again.
Okay.
Like I went from $30 to $500. Next year, I'm probably gonna have it at 1,000 just because I don't want to do readings. It's not because I want to charge $1,000, because I know how much time and energy it takes for me to sit down with one person for that long. And I've been here for 4 hours. Yeah.
Yes.
So like, and there are people who were in here that they've already done the intake form. They make 10,000 or close to 10,000 a month, and we're gonna talk. So make sure that you're talking to people who have money for you.
Okay.
And help the people who don't have the price to pay you. Help them.
Okay.
Don't give to them. Teach them. Guide them. Yeah.
Okay. Will do.
Cool.
Thank you.
Yeah. Rose waiting for you. Angela, you've been messaging me, but you haven't raised your hand. Do you still want to ask a question?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Yes. So I think one of I can honestly say I don't have an issue with, getting new clients or anything like that. I think I've come to the conclusion that I have been my own, like my biggest roadblock. People will ask me for quotes, etc., or to call them back. And I've been the one that's been procrastinating on a lot of that stuff. And it's really bothering me because I honestly can't figure out why I procrastinate so much. And
what are you selling?
I'm sorry?
What are you selling?
Low voltage services and internet services. So low voltage services is like alarm systems, security cameras, cable.
I used to work that industry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I have my own internet company.
Nice.
It's been very successful and it's growing. But
do you have a sales team?
As of right now, it's mostly me.
You need a sales team.
Like a real official sales team.
You're a CEO doing employee things. It doesn't work that way.
Yeah.
You need to hire someone who you don't know that can sell their ass off and that wants 20 to 30% commissions.
Yeah, and I'm okay with that. If I can get a rest.
Yeah, because just hire a dude or a young lady who's like super empathetic, but like knows how to close. So you can run your company. Yeah, anything, if you can afford to outsource, every time do it. always be willing to outsource, always be willing to hire.
Thank you.
Yeah. And if you want us to market for you or do any of the things that we talked about today, that's what we can help you with. But yeah, definitely just, I think that's the next step.
How would you define the role of a CEO? Because I get different types of definitions. And that is one thing, I started off in sales, so it's my comfort zone. But maybe part of procrastination is the fact that I'm no longer a salesperson. I am running a few companies, not just, this one's my bread and butter because of the cash flow. But I do need to do that CEO shift.
Yeah.
And I guess I really don't even know how to.
It's really delegating. A CEO just delegates really well. A CEO just makes sure that everyone that's on the boat doesn't drown. Like, you just make sure that everyone, you know how to make sure that things go, your systems are in place. It's just replicating yourself is the next step. I muted everyone, but yeah, you can unmute. Yeah, perfect.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course. And then
What kind
automating.
of person would you say I should look for sales? Do you think the sign actually matters, or just somebody with sales experience?
I usually hire, if it's sales, I usually go for people who have Gemini or Sag placements because they can talk their ass off.
Does it matter where they have them?
In their chart?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you want to get gritty, no. I would say if they have it in their Mercury, it would be best, but like it's not necessary. But I do always try to, mutable signs are just really adaptable with conversations. Hiring based on sign, it depends on like the company's chart too. It depends on your chart. There's so many, like I worked with this millionaire's wife and she was doing real estate, but she wasn't making any sales. She wasn't selling any houses, excuse me. Because the houses that they have are like, they didn't want to get rid of the houses. And she's like a Cancer. And Cancers can sell, but like also like what you're selling needs to align with what the sign is. So like if you're selling electrical things, you might even want to find an Aquarius. An Aquarius person, sun, moon, rising, any planet, because technology is something they care about. It could, yeah, it just depends on your chart too, and your business's chart. I usually, when I worked with her, I looked at her chart, I looked at her husband's chart, I looked at their company's chart, and then I was able to make a decision based off of that for them. But they had me on retainer for like 3 months. So I kept doing that for them with like several different things. Because they were like selling their houses and stuff, and we were just like working out timing, and making sure that what they needed, we were timing it out. Like we just had to time it out correctly. Oh, did you want to unmute yourself? How do you collect the company's chart? Date of registration, date and time, which you can collect from the email.
Hi. I have a question and I want to know how I can grow my social media presence. My niche is basically makeup and skincare, and I feel like that is very like oversaturated, but that has been like my dream and passion since like the YouTube beauty guru era, and like that's what I want to do. And I feel like me having a hard time growing my following because that market is very oversaturated.
Are you doing what your competition is doing?
I don't think so, no.
What are you doing?
I'm just doing get ready with me's on TikTok and doing my makeup and doing like copycat makeup styles, like inspired makeup looks.
And how would you get me to watch your content?
I feel like I need to talk more instead of like just creating a video and putting music over it. I feel like if I show my personality more.
How would you get me?
Well, I know you're into like spirituality and astrology, and I'm very like into like glamour magic, and I feel like I can use that in my videos. I don't know, would that even interest you?
I definitely follow a lot of witches. Like out of my 500 people I follow on TikTok, like 300 of them are witches. Yeah, you answered your question.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
If the niche is already saturated and you're not doing anything different, you're not relevant. You're giving people no reason to watch.
You're
The
right.
reason why
I
people
I feel like I'm comparing myself to other people pages because I see that a lot of girls like they can just do like a simple makeup look and boom, like they get 1 million likes.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, I've been viral before, but I want to keep it. Like I don't just want like one video to do good and then the rest is like stuck in the 200 to 400 view.
Yeah, so what we teach you is how to make videos so that you can brand yourself. So like I can post a video, like I posted some videos earlier today, some very generic videos, and they did well. The moment I actually start talking and expressing myself, my audience prefers that.
Okay.
Ro and I would need time to help you brand yourself. A lot of companies don't have a brand. You can have a great company, but your brand is what's going to last 50 to 100 years. Because when people see the logo or when they hear your voice or when they like there's always something, they're going to be like, oh, that's you. Like I said, I can travel pretty much anywhere in the world and I know I have a couch to sleep on, which is crazy. So when you're making your content, don't be like the other people. And if you're going to compare yourself to yourself. And if you want consistent views on your videos, focus more on making content that's consistent with you.
Okay, and I feel like what would also help me more is if I like let them hear my voice.
If that's your hesitation and you know that's your solution, you know better than I do, sister. At the same time, how you get to that step is important because there are people who can talk on social media because they know how to talk on social media. But you cannot just go on social media and talk and expect like people to resonate with what you say right away. there's so many ways to get attention on social media. And that's really what you want, because like I've been paid $5,000 to do a 30-second video before by a company. And the reason why they picked me was because they know my audience will watch my videos. So if you are looking for that type of insight, that's going to come through market research, which is what I just love. I just love studying. So that's where you really want to put the time, energy, and effort is there. And of course, if you want us to help you, we would love to. The big thing is study what people are doing. If you compare yourself, fine, but put more percentage towards why did this video do 1 million? What did they say in the first 10 seconds? If you're not paying attention to that, you just miss the whole point of the video, because it's not about the likes.
You're right. You make a lot of sense.
I try to. I'm here to help.
Thank you. You're really appreciated.
You're welcome.
Wait, I have one more question. I know you said no astrology questions, but
Say that.
I just want to know. Okay.
Is it something you can
I'm
ask
a
ChatGPT or no? Because it's been 4.5 hours. I'm a little tired.
Well, I just wanted to know, like, I'm a Sag sun and rising in a Scorpio moon, and I just wanted to know, like, what is your first impression by hearing that?
I don't do that. I don't judge people on their signs anymore. I don't have the time.
Okay,
Yeah. No, you're a great person as far as I know.
that's fine.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. No,
Odessa, you're my last.
Oh, okay. I think Ro left. Did she leave?
She's back.
Okay.
Perfect timing, literally.
Eyes on self-control and controlling my emotions, and should I more focus on aligning myself and my emotions, figuring out my emotions? How do I do that with my cycle and the moon cycles? That's a big topic for me in my therapy. I get very emotional. I'm very attached to my friendships, and I'm struggling with different change. So how do you guys go about learning how to have self-control and controlling your emotions? That's my first question.
All right. I love your question. I do kind of want to separate it into two parts though, and kind of reword your question, because controlling your emotions is going to be very different than like feeling through them. I feel like the best way to like control your emotions is to feel through them so that they don't have control over you, right? The more we try to control, the more we try to suppress or like really restrict how we feel or put boundaries around how we feel. Sometimes that can actually cause the emotions to have more power over us than we would over the emotion. And so self-control is a little different than like controlling your emotions. And if you really want to process your emotions, I think one of the best times to do so will be probably during your luteal and menstrual phase, because you're already going to be emotional, you're already going to be hypersensitive. This is the time where I really encourage you, or I invite you to spend time, an intimate time with yourself. I caught that you said you're a little attached to your relationships. I would love to see you become more intimate with your relationship with yourself, because that in itself is going to help you manage attachments to other people. Because usually when we attach to other people, it's because they have something that we don't have in ourselves, or they fulfill something that we don't know how to fulfill ourselves. And the more you get to spend time with yourself, the more you get to really know what your needs are and meet them, or explore them, or even just recognize them. Sometimes what you need is that recognition of self. You'll be able to kind of manage your attachments with people. Yeah, and as far as self-control, what does that mean to you? Like, what do things look like for you right now? And what do you imagine you would want instead?
Floated. How do things look right now? Things are bleak. Much excitement. I'm going like salsa dancing. There's none of that. I'm very much, I have extreme highs and lows. There's productive, I'm walking outside, I'm cheerful, I'm playing music, and then there's days I'm just like, I'm not leaving these four walls. I get, and that's how my day look out. I would want it to be that I can manage that better. I would want it to look like if I didn't do anything, at least I ate more. And if I couldn't go, I may put on a YouTube video. But there's in my self-control, and even with my emotions, but in terms of my self-control, it's more about consistent, and there's there. And that,
yeah, I hear you. I honestly feel like the more you tune in to your cycle, the more balance you're gonna find in like the self-control. As far as what you're describing to me is making time for leisure consistently, and then making time for productivity consistently, so that the need to rest, or the need to do something because you're antsy, or because you're restless. Yeah, you're restless, is more predicted when you're in alignment with your cycle. Because if you try to rest, if you like try not to do anything during like your follicular or ovulatory phase, you're probably going to have all this pent up energy, and you're going to feel like you need to do something, and it's going to come out of nowhere if you don't know that that's the phase you're in. And so I really genuinely think that when you start to tune into your cycle, you're going to actually realize that your body is already trying to take care of your needs. It's just a matter of being on the same team and getting on the same page. Yeah. Yeah. And, did you already fill out the survey for like the test group and everything?
did not. And the only reason why I did that, because money is a issue for me at this time. Me moving Charlotte out of being in that relationship, being back at home. I wouldn't want them. I know that there was an option. There was like, if there's no investment, then there's no move forward. But it says something like that. When I do have the money to invest, I've enjoyed you guys being very thorough, staying your time to answer everybody's questions. And some people it would have cut off, and you guys didn't do that. I typically don't join stuff like this. I feel like the hoax. I feel like they're lying to me. They're not going to pour into everybody. So, which is, I'm being optimistic. It all the time. I'm letting send whatever is for me my way. Then I would make that commitment, but I can't make that.
Yeah, no problem. I just when you start cycle syncing or tapping into your cycle, I definitely encourage you to utilize that time to set an intention with your period on what emotions you want to release, what emotions or attachments do you want to soften or work through. In the test group, a lot of my focus is the embodiment aspect, the energetic aspect, and really like creating that deep relationship, that body-based relationship with not just your business. Yes, your business, but it's going to become a lifestyle, really. And things are just going to happen naturally for you, and you're just naturally gonna be able to process and like get through things quicker. And so as far as like the emotional aspect of things, definitely utilize that menstrual slash luteal phase. Anytime you feel like you're getting triggered by an emotion, pour it into something. I don't know like what your sign is, but if maybe pour it into your art, or write it down somewhere, or even make a voice recording and just like get it out. Emotions, I don't know if you've ever read the book Body Keeps the Score. Emotions are it's just energy in motion. And when we hold in our emotions, when we try to control and repress them, they get stored in the body. And eventually we store enough of it in the body where it actually creates disease in the body. And that's where people usually like have anxiety, or they end up having like heart problems, or like body aches, or like really tense neck, or pain in their knee, or whatever. It's usually because you have stored trauma there. And so really giving an outlet for your emotions that is a controlled or like safe space, I think will be really good for you. That way you have some sense of control, but it's still going somewhere. It's not just being stored in your body. It's not going to be something that you have to carry so much and feel like a burden, because your emotions, especially as a woman, are huge compasses for what is not aligned, or what lessons are meant to be learned or explored still. And so kind of almost reprogramming your relationship to your emotions, like they're not a bad thing. They don't need to be controlled. They just need to be expressed in a way that feels empowering, in a way that's very liberating and forward moving for you. And so was that helpful enough? I can go a little deeper if you want. I don't want to like give you too much and like overwhelm you.
Oh, I get easily overwhelmed, but that was pretty straightforward. I really like that. And then my next question, I think, is for both of you guys. I have two. Which one do I want to ask? Actually, I have more than that, but I know that I'm the last person with questions. Y'all been up here for a while. First question is, with Chat GPT, when I go on, is it an app or is it a software? Because when I go on the Apple Store on my phone, I couldn't find it. But when I type in on Google, it pulls open AI. And the page is like this pretty purple, pink, green. I signed up. I had to do my email. So I wanted to make sure I was clicking and using the right thing to sign up. And black.
Yeah, that's it.
You want to like share your screen?
Yeah, sure. Oh, Deza, I got your song. I got you, gang. No problem. And I'll be doing videos on this stuff for the next few days here. But yeah, you want to go to Chat GPT.
When I got there and it asked me organization, I was like, let me ask them if I'm.
So it should look like this when you're in.
Okay.
And then you can literally be like, write me an ebook on, what's your rising sign?
Virgo. I think about it.
Write me an ebook on Virgo risings. Can you see my screen?
Yes, I can.
So it says, writing an ebook is extensive, but it'll give general information. And then it'll break down everything you need to know about Virgo rising. So the thing is, when you're using the internet to understand your chart, this is what I did for the first 3 years of being serious about astrology. If you read about your chart and it's something that you don't like or you don't accept, try it. If you're a Virgo rising if you're just getting out of this situation and you've overcome this challenge and you're still overcoming the repercussions, and you know that it says here, it says Virgo rising are cautious and reserved. If you know that's your personality, let's keep going. Analytical and logical. Everything that you do needs to be analytical and logical. You need to keep studying analytical and logical people and being an analytical and logical person. That does not mean you have permission to overthink and not do the things that make sense. It means that you should have a high standard for your partners. It says that right here. It says that you're known for your loyalty and dedication in committed relationships. It also says that you're very practical, you have an attention to detail, you're very health focused. All of these things are things that you should be focusing on. And not just your rising sign, but your whole chart. Like I answered someone else earlier, when you're looking at your chart, it's not just about one thing. It's not just about your rising or your 10th house. Yeah, I told you your 10th house is going to help you get more engagement, but so is your Mars. So is your Pluto. There's so many ways to approach it. The more you study yourself, the better you get at it. I know my whole chart like the back of my hand. I know the degrees, I know the aspects, and there's still stuff I do not know because it takes so long to study. So using ChatGPT is here to really help you take those first steps with, you can ask it pretty much anything. If it can't do it, it'll say.
Okay. And then my last question would be, this is nails, and I want to get into, you said the number one of the 7 things, the number one thing is e-commerce, selling a digital product, or hold on.
Physical product.
And it's like, okay, well, I provide a service. What else could I do? Take pictures of girls or men's hands. I was thinking about jewelry, and I was thinking that segue from me providing a service to jewelry could end up being clothes. Like when I take pictures of the girls' hands, they have on really pretty rings, and when people click the picture, my booking link could possibly come up, but also the rings.
Are you a photographer?
I am not, but I have fun. I watch, what's his name, David Saw on TikTok. He has like thing. I watch about photography, but I take those pictures and I want to put the rings with them. And I was like, is that a good idea? I don't know.
Oh, you sell the rings?
That's what I'm thinking. That way I could have a physical item. There's a lot of people making press-ons. Press-ons take time. But
do you already have the rings?
I do not. I have a vendor list.
Odessa, you need to focus on solving a problem. I didn't get a product. This product that I showed you, the period pad that I showed you earlier, that's after 2 years of selling my services. You're taking 7 steps too fast. Focus on solving people's problems. People who have money to pay you. What can you do to help people who have money so that you know you'll get paid your worth?
First thing I thought of people buy feet, selling paraffin wax, selling anything that's moisturizing, making your feet look good.
I would focus on something that's a service first, because then you don't have to throw money at a product right away. Because let's just say you do get this product and you're not able to sell it, then now you have all this product that you're not able to sell yet. I want you to get really good at selling what you know and your skills first, so that when you do have a product, it's much easier to sell. That's what I would highly recommend, is sell your skill set, because you don't have to put money up front, which means you don't lose money. My goal is to make you make money, not lose any money. Am I being clear?
Yeah.
So remove the product idea for now, focus on a service that you can do now for free for people who need it and solve their problem. And if taking pictures is a passion, find someone who needs pictures, needs, not wants, and don't sell it to them. They need to already want it. One of the big things is I never ask people if they want a reading from me. I never have. People say, oh, I'll get a reading from you. And I'll say, whenever. I let them come to me because I'm always talking about it. So whatever you're obsessed with is what you should be selling. If you're obsessed with what you just told me, that's what you should be selling. If you're not obsessed with that, you need to find out what you're obsessed with so that we can help people with that. Am I being helpful and clear?
Yeah.
Because then you don't have to guess. You don't have to think. You literally shouldn't guess. Like, you shouldn't think about what you're going to sell, because that's where you're wrong. The moment you're like, oh, I think I should sell this, you're wrong. Because if you think you have to sell it, you're working in the wrong direction. Is this making sense to everybody?
That's it. I appreciate you guys both for staying this long and being as thorough as you are. I have 2 pages full of stuff, but 1 page is organized, 1 page isn't, so I got to go back and rewrite.
Let's get it.
I do highly appreciate it. It's tremendous, because again, like I was telling Rose, some people, they get up here and it's a hard stop, and you're like, well, dang, I didn't get to ask my question. I felt like that earlier today. It was around 10 and the lady was like, hey, I'm going to do a live on human design. I'm like, okay, I know a little bit about that. I want to know more about myself. And I asked her a question, and she gets, I'm just like, well, how are you going to ask me if I have a question? I type my question. That's a type. It has to post. It's the internet. And then you get off your live. But you guys have stayed. So me and everybody else is very appreciative. As are about to get off, I wanted to let you tremendously.
Oh no, yeah, no, we have everyone has their boundaries. We've just isolated today to do this. So this is the whole goal. And yeah, you just need to stay focused. I easily get distracted also, and it takes some practice, but like you're gonna end up finding 1 or 2 things. Like, just, did you go on, you see what I typed in on ChatGPT, right?
Mm-hmm.
I said, tell me about Virgo risings, and it told me you need to go there and do that and study that to the point where you remember it, and then ask yourself, what problem can I solve? Are you listening to me?
Yes.
You're looking at the screen and not writing anything down. I don't trust you to be listening to me right now. You need to, I want you to write it again. What problem can I solve? You're talking about taking pictures of rings and doing this and that and this and that. Great. Has nothing to do with solving a problem. So that's how I know you're not listening and hearing both.
It's written it down. I have. What problem? I'm rewriting it now on a blank sheet of paper.
Perfect. And I want to write down as many things as possible. All right, my headphones just died, so that's a sign to get off.
I appreciate you guys. Problem can I solve? Stay focused and chat GPT.
Perfect. 100%. Gratitude, everyone. It was a pleasure. I look forward to talking to you. If you have any questions, shoot me an email. Let me know what's up. And we would love a review. If you want to shoot us a DM, let us know what you learned. Let us know what you got from this. And we will talk to you soon. Peace.